Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. It is a Thursday. It's going to be another fantastic day outside. You got to go out and enjoy it because we're going to see some changes over the next several days, and it's going to feel more like mid to late August. But right now, it feels more like fall. But I guess, Patrick, is it still, are we considering this false fall?
Yes, this morning at least.
Right.
So I went on a whole diatribe this morning talking about, pumpkin spice lattes because Dunkin' Donuts is like releasing, either they released it yesterday or they're releasing it today, their pumpkin line. Listen, if that's your thing, you go, okay? You go do your thing. I would recommend even this morning, hey, you could probably go ahead and get that hot coffee, okay? I'm going to tell you right now, the iced coffee might not even do it here in the next couple of days because the heat's going to be cranking up in a big way, okay? So go ahead and be prepared for it. If you want to feel all the warm feels of fall, do it this morning because we're going on forward. Not going to be there. But this morning, at least, we're quiet, we're dry, no problems as you're stepping out the door. A live look from our High 5 camera. That's coming from top of Waterford Plaza. Downtown, looking across Mud Island towards the Mississippi River. The Enbridge this morning looking great. Feels fantastic outside. We have had some spots that have dropped into the upper 50s, at least briefly this morning. Great stuff here this morning. 67 officially at Memphis International, 64 in Olive Branch. So from here, we work our way up into the middle to upper 80s. Not bad. Again, we're a little cooler this morning comparatively to yesterday morning. We'll get a little bit warmer today because we have a bit more sunshine in the forecast. So it wouldn't be surprised again if we do get into the upper 80s and maybe even one or two spots trying to tag 90 before the afternoon's out, but with tolerable humidity levels still in play here across the Mid-South. There's a front that's going to drop into the area tonight into the start of your Friday. That will kick in a few clouds in the forecast. Middle to upper 80s expected here on this Thursday. There you go with the clouds acting as a blanket to keep our temperatures buoyed a little bit heading into your Friday morning. So we'll start off with temperatures in the upper 60s and lower 70s. From there, we'll rebound back through the upper 80s and lower 90s for your Friday. A beautiful day of weather in a general sense for Friday. And then here comes the heat cranking back up. After a morning start in the 60s, we'll give way to afternoon highs back in the lower 90s for Saturday, and even deeper heat not terribly far off. You head down the I-30 corridor heading out of Little Rock, heading out towards Arkadelphia and Texarkana. You're probably going to be starting to run into some middle and upper 90s. You see Fayetteville, Arkansas at 95 degrees on Saturday afternoon. Still in the 80s across Middle Tennessee and North Alabama, but we're starting to get into the 90s, and guess what? Those deeper shades of red and purple and pink, they're going to be heading in our direction, heading towards the upcoming end of the weekend because of the fact that this ridge of high pressure that is now currently anchored out west, it's actually currently anchored over the Four Corners region, begins its shift off towards the east. The last couple of days, quite warm across the Pacific Northwest. Things are going to start to change up here today as that ridge starts to build farther off to the east. So guess what? Our temperatures start to go up. Look at Phoenix, Arizona. I'm sure that they will be happy that they're not above 100 degrees going into Saturday with some monsoonal moisture also coming back into the fold, coming off of Baja California and the Pacific. There's actually a system down in the Pacific that we're going to be actually watching that could bring some heavy bouts of rain to portions of Southern California and the desert Southwest going into the upcoming weekend. For us, it's a ridge of high pressure that's going to be bringing us some heat. 92 as we head towards your Saturday, 98 on up towards Kansas City, 102 in Lubbock, Texas, 100 degrees in New Orleans, Louisiana. And there you go. As the heat wave starts to expand farther off to the east, you get up to 96 here in Memphis on Sunday, 93 Atlanta, Richmond, Louisville at 92, 102 underneath the core of that ridge heading over towards Kansas City. So places like western Arkansas, western portions of Missouri, eastern Kansas, and eastern Oklahoma are probably going to be underneath the core of the ridge heading into Sunday. And as I mentioned, watching a little area of low pressure that's going to be lifting northward. Actually, it's a remnant tropical system that will be lifting northward towards California. It could bring some fairly heavy rainfall down there. They need it, but of course, even just a little bit can cause some big issues over there. And for us, the heat continues. It cranks up even farther as we head into your Monday. And again, that ridge is pretty expansive across the entire eastern 2/3 of the United States. And we get even toastier heading towards the middle and latter portion of the week. So the longer that we stay underneath that ridge, the quicker our soil is going to dry out and the quicker we're probably going to see an uptick in temperatures. Right now, I'm keeping a pretty steady state on the middle to upper 90s next week. Would it be surprising that we do make a run for 100 for the first time in 2023? It is not out of the realm of possibility. Keep in mind, we have not hit 100 degrees officially at Memphis International. The highest we've gotten is 98. So it is possible that by the time we head towards the end of this week, if we stay dry with a lot of sunshine, and given we be underneath the core of this ridge of high pressure, it's not off the table here. Of course, we'll keep you updated on all of this anytime and every time on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. 87 the high temperature today, low 90s for tomorrow. Again, we start the process of warming up through the weekend. Low 90s, that's about typical for this time of the year. We have been very atypical the last couple of days, feeling very comfortable. We still get another couple of mornings where we're flirting with the upper 60s and maybe some mid 60s early Saturday morning in the wake of that weak frontal boundary that may spark a shower, but I think most spots will likely stay dry. And then as we continue the dry pattern, middle 90s Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, upper 90s to return Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week. And of course, you can look at 10-day forecast there on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app.
All right, so we have to enjoy the day today with the warm coffee, no matter what the flavor is, and then iced coffee for the rest of the next several days.
You know, you probably just go ahead, go iced coffee until maybe October. Just go ahead and just go ahead and do that.
Right.
We're getting close to fair time too. You know, you're hopeful for some great fair weather, and we just had some great fair weather. Let's hope that we can get it back here in the next couple of weeks. Delta Fair kicks off here in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, can't wait for that. I appreciate it very much, Patrick. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, now let's talk a little bit about a man and a woman in Raleigh. They are dead after a shooting. We have Action News 5 Sydney Hawkins live with more information about what appears to be domestic related. Is that right, Sydney?
Yeah, very unfortunate situation, Andrew, but Memphis police tell us it is something they're seeing a lot more these days. They tell me earlier this week that so far this year they've responded to over 16,000 similar calls being domestic dispute. The latest one they believe is the shooting you're referring to that came in around 10 o'clock last night on Longacre Avenue. That's off Covington Pike in the Raleigh area. Memphis police say when they got to the scene, they found one man and one woman dead. Again, they believe this to be domestic, meaning the relationship could be a romantic one, siblings, a parent and a child, roommates, or any relationship between people living in a single home. Memphis police say the 16,000 calls that they have responded to this year is up from 13,000 calls they received last year. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office say they have also responded to 22 family-related homicides so far this year as well.
People assigned to the units to be able to try to manage those cases, but when we have a conversation with them, basically what we say is about, about half of them, or about 40% of the people that walk through the door need housing and shelter. They need a way to try to get out of that environment.
So, Andrew, what we're working to learn this morning, the identities of the man and the woman that were found dead, as well as their relationship, as Memphis police, again, believe this is a result of some type of domestic violence. We are also working to learn who is responsible for pulling the trigger in this shooting. For now, I'm live in Raleigh. Sydney Hawkins, Action News 5.
Okay, Sydney Hawkins, appreciate it. Thank you. Let's talk now about Memphis Grizzlies. They got the schedule release coming up later this afternoon. Sydney Gray live downtown outside FedEx Forum with an update on what's going to happen next year and so many changes. Sydney, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Andrew. So I know in August we're typically talking football, but we have to talk about the NBA because they are dropping their schedule at 2 o'clock today. That's when we're going to find out who the Grizzlies will play first up for this season, the 2023-24 season. And as we've mentioned, there's been so many changes to the Grizzlies roster, really as we've been talking about the offseason. So let's talk about those changes. We've got some fresh faces, but one of the fresh faces is a familiar one. Of course, I'm talking about Derrick Rose. He, of course, played in Memphis. He was a Memphis Tiger back in 2008. Derrick Rose was also one of the youngest MVPs in NBA history when he played for the Bulls. That was before those injuries, of course. Another new face to the team is Marcus Smart. He has been with the Boston Celtics for the past 9 years. He's also an Oklahoma State Cowboy like me, but Smart is going to bring so much experience to this team, and he's also someone who was at one point a Defensive Player of the Year. And so it is experience that this team is looking for, especially because John Morant, he's going to be out for the first 25 games of the NBA season for the Grizzlies. That, of course, is all in response to the incident that happened earlier in the summer when he was seen flashing a gun on Instagram Live. That happened for the second time. We know it happened back in March and those issues there. So they will be without their star player, of course, for those first 25 games. But those two new additions will definitely be making an impact on the Grizzlies roster as this new season kicks off. I also got to mention Desmond Bane. He signed quite the deal, I believe the largest one in franchise history, $207 million over 5 years. So lots of excitement surrounding this Grizzlies team this year. And as I mentioned earlier, we'll find out their schedule about 2 o'clock today. And one other note is that the NBA, they are going to be having an in-season tournament for the first time this year. We know that the Grizzlies will be taking on the Trailblazers in that in-season tournament. It is set for November 3rd. Back to you, Andrew.
Okay, Cindy Gray reporting live for us with all the excitement Grizz Nation has for that new schedule. Cindy, thank you. All right, now let's talk about Memphis Tigers. We got the football season right before the NBA season. We're talking football here, and ahead of their season opener against Bethune-Cookman on September 2nd. Well, head coach Ryan Silverfield addressed the game plan coming into the season. Here's what he had to say.
I feel very, very comfortable with our running back position. We feel like we got guys that could start anywhere in the country. You know, Blake Watson, the transfer from ODU, has made tremendous strides. He was a little bit banged up in the spring, but to be able to go out there and watch him perform at a high level has been a lot of fun. You know, Sutton Smith is dynamic. We've got high expectations for Sutton Smith. You guys know we've been saying that, you know, he was really the only true freshman I talked about last year that we thought would be a significant contributor, and he certainly has proven that. And then, you know, Jay Ducker, he's done a lot of great things. He's steady. He's actually taken the role in special teams because he wants to be involved. So, you know, those three guys we got a lot of confidence in.
Okay, so Ryan Silverfield, head coach, wants Tiger fans to be running backs too, as in running back to the University of Memphis South Campus on Get Well this Friday for Fan Fest. It's free. It's tons of fun. Each and every year begins at 5:45. Okay, let's talk now about the high school football fever. It is certainly here, high school football fever. It's kicking off tomorrow. Of course, Action News 5 is going to give you the best high school football sports show in the area. It's presented by Jack. Starts tomorrow night, 10:15, right after Action News 5 at 10. It's going to be amazing. Okay, let's talk about the Tua family. Their lawyers firing back at Michael Oher after claims he hadn't seen any money from The Blind Side. The Tui's lawyers estimate that the Tui family and Oher received $100,000 each for the film since its release. The back and forth started after Michael Oher claimed he was misled about his adoption and that he was under a conservatorship instead, which restricted personal control of his money. Now, lawyers say Oher knew about the conservatorship way back in 2011, and he was able to control his money.
No, we're glad. If that's what he wants to do is terminate it, we're glad to do so. As a matter of fact, it is our intent to offer to enter into a consent order as it relates to the conservatorship, and then if they have other issues, we'll deal with them.
We reached out to Michael Oher's attorneys and have not heard back from them. All right, less than a week to go until Tennessee's special session on public safety. Senate Republicans outlining several pieces of legislation they plan to introduce. Two West Tennessee state senators, Paul Rose and Brent Taylor, plan to introduce bills to go after criminals and protect victims by increasing penalties for firearm-related crimes. Other Republican measures plan on focusing on implementing harsher penalties to keep violent offenders off the streets. We're also hearing from Memphis Mayor Jim Strickland about the upcoming mayoral election, October 5th. He says he's not endorsing anyone just yet, just taking notice of each candidate's focus around crime and public safety. And he wants the next mayor to continue recruiting efforts for police and fire.
The next mayor needs to really focus on trying to recruit and retain police officers and firefighters. We put a lot of effort in that. It's a really tough market to do that. Every city is going through this struggle. We've actually fared better than many big cities, but we need more.
Okay, so Action News 5, the commercial appeal, and the League of Women Voters of Memphis and Shelby County holding a Memphis Mayoral Forum Thursday night, September 14th. The forum will start at 7 o'clock at the University of Memphis Michael Rose Theater. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. Let me get this all set up because you are going to want to pay attention to this next interview. Of course, one of my favorite interviews every time we talk to her. It's Jennifer Chandler joining us on the digital desk, best food reporter in town with the commercial appeal. And she is talking about best new spots, best new places, best new restaurants, businesses, sweet tooth to sandwiches. Yummy. Jennifer, good morning.
Good morning. Actually, today we're going to talk about 5 new dessert shops that opened this summer. And I have the biggest sweet tooth in the entire world. So I'm so excited about these 5 new spots that opened. And I can't wait to tell you all about them.
You know, I think every foodie out there, Jennifer, has some sort of sweet tooth. It might be a big giant one, maybe a smaller, medium portion size. We all got it. We all are ears right now for Jennifer Chandler. What's up?
Okay, so first on the list is Prima's Bakery. So this is not a new spot. It just moved. So Rachel Mullen is a fabulous baker, and she and her cousin had a bakery and boutique on South Main Street. It was called Prima's Bakery and Boutique. Prima's is Spanish for cousins, and they moved to a larger location in East Memphis. They're right off of Mendenhall, if you know where Gibson's Donuts is, which I'm sure most people do. It's kind of right behind there, and there's a big sign. You won't miss it. And she makes the most delicious like macaroons, and she does sugar cookies. And what she's really known for is she does these whimsical, bright colored, decorated cookie cakes and cakes using bright colors. You should go on her website and see what she does or follow her on Instagram. She actually was recently just featured on the Food Network. And I think she got on there because she does such really cool piping work with icing. It's really something to see, and her treats are so delicious. And in her new location, she's able to have a party room. She's going to be hosting cookie decorating classes and birthday parties and such. So definitely go by and check out Prima's Bakery off of Mendenhall, kind of Mendenhall and Poplar in East Memphis. Next on my list is Elise Dessert Company. And this name may sound familiar to you because Bria Woods has been selling her banana pudding in Kroger and other stores across the city for a couple of years now. It kind of was a pandemic type project that she started, and she makes her banana pudding is so good. And she does it in fun flavors. She has a traditional banana pudding. She has a strawberry banana pudding. She has a caramel banana pudding. She also admits she is not necessarily the biggest banana pudding fan, but she loves pudding. So she has a cookie pudding, which is like banana pudding without the bananas in it. She has an Oreo pudding. It's all so good. And so she has opened her own retail shop now that is kind of in the University of Memphis area. It's on Walker Avenue. If you know where Garibaldi's Pizza is, it's in the same strip center as there, just down from it. And you can go in and get larger sizes of her puddings than you can in the grocery store. She also sells trays of them that you can get if you're having a party. She also is carrying some local foods, like she has Beneva Mayweather's cinnamon rolls. She has Makita's butter cookies. So it's a cute little shop that she's opened. And if you've not had her banana pudding, make a trip there or swing by Kroger or High Point and get you some, because it will change your world on banana pudding. Then the third one on my list is the Peach Cobbler Factory. So the Peach Cobbler Factory is a chain out of Nashville. And there are 2 Memphians that learned about it from their daughter who was studying in Nashville, Otis and Janie Jackson. And their daughter was like, "Mom and Dad, you need to bring one of these to Memphis." So I think it's about a year ago, they opened their first peach cobbler factory franchise in Collierville. And it was such a success that they just recently, last month, opened one location in Sanderland Center in East Memphis. So now they have 2 locations in the city of Memphis. They have plans for others. But what's interesting about this concept is you can go in and get any kind of cobbler that you love. Obviously, there's peach cobbler. There's a sweet potato cobbler. You can get it a la mode. It's served warm. You get a little cup of it. It's so good. I think they have about a dozen flavors of cobblers. And speaking of banana puddings, they also have a wide range of banana puddings that they serve. And I think about a dozen too. And sorry, my dog is barking. And they have a whole number of cinnamon rolls as well. Then next on my list is Jeremiah's Italian Ice. And so if you like Italian ice, you need to head over to Summer Avenue and go check out Jeremiah's. This is a chain out of Florida. And there is a young man that lives in Memphis that was familiar with it and decided to open one here. And he also has plans for other locations. I think they're actually looking at one in Cordova, but the one in East Memphis just opened. It's on the corner of Summer and High Point Terrace. And what I love about this, and I wish we had a picture of it, on the side of the building, it says Summer is the new poplar. And when he said one of the reasons he wanted to be on Summer Avenue is because of the great food scene that Summer Avenue is. And I just love that story. But what they're really known for is something they call the gelati. And so it is layers of Italian ice and soft serve ice cream. It's kind of like a parfait. You can get different toppings in. They have lots of different flavors. When I went, I tried their strawberry shortcake. It was really good. My daughter had something called a peanut butter and jelly, which was, I think it was strawberry Italian ice and peanut butter soft serve layered, and they had some Biscoff cookies kind of crumbled in, and it was really yummy. So if you're looking for a different refreshing treat, check out Jeremiah's on Summer Avenue. And I have one more on my list that just opened about a week ago. Sugar Ghost opened a second location in the Memphis area. This one is in Germantown. Mary Claire White opened her first ice cream and bubble tea shop on Broad Avenue next to her gift shop Falling Into Place a couple of years ago. And they make really unique handmade ice cream flavors. I featured them recently on my unique ice cream flavors in towns list. They did an ubi ice cream, which is that Japanese purple sweet potato. And that ice cream kind of tastes like a little bit like pistachio ice cream. But they have a kind of, I forget the exact name, but it's something like a Mississippi mud chocolate ice cream that they do that's got a lot of good stuff in it. I think it's a really unique local ice cream shop, and they do bubble teas. And they opened where in Germantown, where if you know where Miko's snow cones was, they took over that location in Germantown, and so they just recently opened there. So there are 2 places across town you can now enjoy Sugar Ghost treats. So all of these are fabulous. They're all different, unique concepts, and they're all worth checking out because they're all owned by Memphians, and they're really passionate about what they did. And I've eaten all of them, and I can tell you I like the treats at all of them.
I love the sweet tooth inspired interview. Jennifer, it's amazing. Oh my gosh, I'm taking notes. I take notes every time so I can check it out, bring it home, say, okay, this is what Jennifer said. We got to eat at these places, etc. This looks great. Jennifer Chandler, food reporter, commercialappeal.com/food if you want to learn more. As always, Jennifer, thank you.
Good to see you. Have a great day.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. It is a Thursday. It's going to be another fantastic day outside. You got to go out and enjoy it because we're going to see some changes over the next several days, and it's going to feel more like mid to late August. But right now, it feels more like fall. But I guess, Patrick, is it more like, is it still, are we considering this false fall?
Yes, this morning at least.
Right.
So I went on a whole diatribe this morning talking about, pumpkin spice lattes because Dunkin' Donuts is like releasing, either they released it yesterday or they're releasing it today, their pumpkin line. Now listen, if that's your thing, you go, okay? You go do your thing. I would recommend even this morning, hey, you could probably go ahead and get that hot coffee, okay? I'm going to tell you right now, the iced coffee might not even do it here in the next couple of days because the heat's going to be cranking up in a big way, okay? So go ahead and be prepared for it. If you want to feel all the warm feels of fall, do it this morning because going on forward, not going to be there. But this morning, at least, we're quiet, we're dry, no problems as you're stepping out the door. A live look from our High Five camera. That's coming from top of Waterford Plaza. Downtown, looking across Mud Island towards the Mississippi River, the Enbridge this morning, looking great. Feels fantastic outside. We have had some spots that have dropped into the upper 50s, at least briefly this morning. Great stuff here this morning. 67 officially at Memphis International, 64 in Olive Branch. So from here, we work our way up into the middle to upper 80s. Not bad. Again, we're a little cooler this morning comparatively to yesterday morning. We'll get a little bit warmer today because we have a bit more sunshine in the forecast. So it wouldn't be surprised again if we do get into the upper 80s and maybe even one or two spots trying to tag 90 before the afternoon's out, but with tolerable humidity levels still in play here across the Mid-South. There's a front that's going to drop into the area tonight into the start of your Friday. That will kick in a few clouds in the forecast. Middle to upper 80s expected here on this Thursday. There you go with the clouds acting as a blanket to keep our temperatures buoyed a little bit heading into your Friday morning. So we'll start off with temperatures in the upper 60s and lower 70s. From there, we'll rebound back through the upper 80s and lower 90s for your Friday. A beautiful day of weather in a general sense for Friday. And then here comes the heat cranking back up. After a morning start in the 60s, we'll give way to afternoon highs back in the lower 90s for Saturday, and even deeper heat not terribly far off. You head down the I-30 corridor heading out of Little Rock, heading out towards Arkadelphia and Texarkana. You're probably going to be starting to run into some middle and upper 90s. You see Fayetteville, Arkansas at 95 degrees on Saturday afternoon. Still in the 80s across Middle Tennessee and North Alabama, but we're starting to get into the 90s, and guess what? Those deeper shades of red and purple and pink, they're going to be heading in our direction, heading towards the upcoming end of the weekend because of the fact that this ridge of high pressure that is now currently anchored out west, it's actually currently anchored over the Four Corners region, begins its shift off towards the east. The last couple of days, quite warm across the Pacific Northwest. Things are going to start to change up here today as that ridge starts to build farther off to the east. So guess what? Our temperatures start to go up. Look at Phoenix, Arizona. I'm sure that they will be happy that they're not above 100 degrees going into Saturday with some monsoonal moisture also coming back into the fold, coming off of Baja California and the Pacific. There's actually a system down in the Pacific that we're going to be actually watching that could bring some heavy bouts of rain to portions of Southern California and the desert Southwest going into the upcoming weekend. For us, it's a ridge of high pressure that's going to be bringing us some heat. 92 as we head towards your Saturday, 98 on up towards Kansas City, 102 in Lubbock, Texas, 100 degrees in New Orleans, Louisiana. And there you go. As the heat wave starts to expand farther off to the east, you get up to 96 here in Memphis on Sunday, 93 Atlanta, Richmond, Louisville at 92, 102 underneath the core of that ridge heading over towards Kansas City. So places like western Arkansas, western portions of Missouri, eastern Kansas, and eastern Oklahoma probably going to be underneath the core of the ridge heading into Sunday. And as I mentioned, watching a little area of low pressure that's going to be lifting northward. Actually, it's a remnant tropical system that will be lifting northward towards California. It could bring some fairly heavy rainfall down there. They need it, but of course, even just a little bit can cause some big issues over there. And for us, the heat continues. It cranks up even farther as we head into your Monday. And again, that ridge is pretty expansive across the entire eastern 2/3 of the United States. And we get even toastier heading towards the middle and latter portion of the week. So the longer that we stay underneath that ridge, the quicker our soil is going to dry out and the quicker we're probably going to see an uptick in temperatures. Right now, I'm keeping a pretty steady state on the middle to upper 90s next week. Would it be surprising that we do make a run for 100 for the first time in 2023? It is not out of the realm of possibility. Keep in mind, we have not hit 100 degrees officially at Memphis International. The highest we've gotten is 98. So it is possible that by the time we head towards the end of this week, if we stay dry with a lot of sunshine, and given we be underneath the core of this ridge of high pressure, it's not off the table here. Of course, we'll keep you updated on all of this anytime and every time on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. 87 the high temperature today, low 90s for tomorrow. Again, We start the process of warming up through the weekend. Low 90s, that's about typical for this time of the year. We have been very atypical the last couple of days, feeling very comfortable. We still get another couple of mornings where we're flirting with the upper 60s and maybe some mid 60s early Saturday morning in the wake of that weak frontal boundary that may spark a shower, but I think most spots will likely stay dry. And then as we continue the dry pattern, middle 90s Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, upper 90s to return Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week. And of course, you can look at 10-day forecast there on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app.
All right, so we have to enjoy the day today with the warm coffee, no matter what the flavor is, and then iced coffee for the rest of the next several days.
You know, you probably just go ahead, go iced coffee until maybe October. Just go ahead and just go ahead and do that.
Right.
We're getting close to fair time too. You know, you're hopeful for some great fair weather, and we just had some great fair weather. Let's hope that we can get it back here in the next couple of weeks. Delta Fair kicks off here in a couple of weeks' time.
I can't wait for that. I appreciate it very much, Patrick. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Perhaps you've heard about Chalkbeat. They cover a lot of education issues. It's a nonprofit news organization committed to covering education, and there is a Chalkbeat affiliation in Tennessee, and they've written an article about Memphis Shelby County schools as the new year has begun, and the person who wrote that article is joining us right now on the Action News 5 digital desk, Laura Testino. She wrote an article about the 5 key issues facing Memphis and Shelby County schools as the new year begins. Laura, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Tell us just an overview of this article. I know a lot of times when we cover stuff as reporters, sometimes we learn some things during the news gathering process. Was there anything that came out of the news gathering process that you learned as a reporter? Good morning.
Sure. Yeah. Good morning. Thanks for having me. So 5 key issues found for this school year covered in the story are the superintendent search, which is not going to be surprising to anybody who has been watching the news or watching the district this year. Then some other things that we'll also want to pay attention to are the district's infrastructure plan. So what buildings are going to potentially be consolidated in future years, which buildings might be new. That, of course, has been a hot topic as the county commission considered funding for the district. Third, we've got obviously academics. So coming out of COVID, reading scores, while they're under more scrutiny this year through state laws, they have rebounded more to pre-pandemic levels than math scores have. And particularly for middle schoolers, math is still one of the areas that have sustained the most learning loss from COVID. We've also got how the district is funded. So all of those one-time federal relief dollars from the pandemic are going to go away at the end of this school year. So how the district considers what it manages out of that. And then the last key issue that the article looks at is just social, emotional health for children and all of those factors outside of school that we often talk about, especially in places like Memphis, where there's a high rate of children in poverty. And so what are those issues that are making it more difficult for children to have success in the school building, and what is the district doing to either offer supports themselves or connect families and students to those supports that exist in the community?
That's a very thorough list, Laura, I gotta say, and you know, the superintendent, I've often had the discussion with anyone who will talk to me about it, that you know, if you look at Memphis and Shelby County as a whole, probably one of the top, if not the top position, is the most important position that can make the most impact, is the superintendent of Memphis Shelby County Schools. I mean, they could have an amazing impact, or it can be a very detrimental impact. And the search process has, gosh, it's actually been an embarrassment for a while for so many people. Based upon your news gathering, is there a light at the end of the tunnel with all that?
Yeah, so I think, you know, round 1, as I am calling this, of the search, which everyone watched unfold last year, nobody needs a rehash to catch up there. There's not a new superintendent yet. The second round, though, is going according to plan. So in June, the day after current interim superintendent signed a contract for this upcoming school year to remain interim under the condition that she would not be a finalist for the role. So we won't see her on the applicant list again. She is decidedly in the role temporarily at this point. The school board members got together with Hazard Young Attia and Associates, a search firm, and they sat down and they talked about what would happen next. A lot of what they talked about was a reflection of the 3 retreats that the board gathered for during the summer to realign on this and have a lot of the conversations that a lot of them, admitted and said, we should have had these conversations first. They talked through those things. They made sure that they were on the same page about what the application would look like. There's a public records win in there for the journalists looking out that the applications that people make will be made public record, which is a requirement of Tennessee law. So we'll know who those applicants are. And it's following the timeline that was set out. So there was initially a timeline at that point that said, okay, the first thing that we're going to do is on August 1st, we are going to post the application online on the HYA, the search firm's website, and that happened. So far, we're going to according to plan, which if the timeline continues to move as it is supposed to, the applications will close in November. In between November and February will be interviews and a selection process. So around February, we will know who the next superintendent will be, and depending on their availability, they might have some transition into the role with a firm start date of July 1st, but there might be some availability for them to overlap with current interim superintendent Williams.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly hope that they adhere to that timeline because that's so important. And another thing that's important that really comes from the top down is the academic success that you highlighted. I mean, that is so paramount, and almost as important as any list of those 5. Key findings or the key issues is academic success and rising from where they are now and where they were in the pandemic time period, because that's still, I mean, from all intents and purposes, the pandemic era really hurt Memphis Shelby County schools because they went 100% online. Real quick, let's talk, Laura, about how ways that how people can find this article online.
Sure. So all of Chalkbeat's reports are listed at Chalkbeat, so CHALKBEAT.org. When you hit the homepage, you can just select from Communities Tennessee, and this story is on that homepage.
Is there anything else you want to mention, without giving the article away, that you wanted to talk about before we let you go?
Sure. I think, maybe just as far as parents go, of course, paying attention to your students, teachers and school announcements, but there's probably going to be a lot of community meetings upcoming as the district considers this facilities plan that they'll make. And so I, would just encourage you to look for those as well so that you can have a voice in what the future of your students' school building might be like.
Okay, Laura Testino with Chalkbeat Tennessee. We appreciate your time. Great article. Really dives deep into the issues and the key takeaways coming up for Memphis Shelby County Schools. Thanks very much.
Thanks for having me.
Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. A recent Forbes study, get this, finds 40% of responders, so that's almost 50%, that's almost half, 40% had their personal information compromised while using public Wi-Fi. So that's like airport Wi-Fi. That's bad news for travelers when you think about it. I mean, 1 in 3 say they rely on that airport Wi-Fi to do business or, conduct all kinds of personal and other business out there. More than half of Americans confess to using these public networks at their hotel, for example. That's an issue, especially when you're trying to unwind on some traveling. How do you protect yourself against cyber criminals when you hear that kind of statistic? Well, it's something that is the topic of our next guest who's joining me right now. I'm joined by Jessica Naziri. She is a tech expert. She's someone who is also the chief technologist of TechSesh.co. Jessica, I appreciate you joining us here. Let's talk a little bit about some of the ways criminals, first off, target Americans, target travelers, and what we need to be aware of when we join these public Wi-Fis. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. You know, we don't even think about it. It's just common sense logging onto Wi-Fi, whether we're near home or traveling. And get this, you said that Norton study, literally everyone is getting on and they think they're safe, but 40% of Americans between the ages of 25 and 34 had their credit card details stolen while traveling. And then 33% have fallen for those free vacation scams. And you know what? This could be because they were using public Wi-Fi. So because of this, one of the first things I always recommend to travelers is to really be wary of public Wi-Fi networks. There are some bad actors out there setting up fake networks that look real. I've seen it at airports. I've seen it at hotels, even vacation rentals, my beloved coffee shop. They look like the real deal, but bad actors, they're collecting your personal information. So, you know, I understand Wi-Fi is important. You want to spend time looking on your Instagram, or you want to log into your email. You want to make sure before you join that you're not joining a Wi-Fi that is vague. For example, free airport Wi-Fi, red flag, or one that looks identical to the real one. For example, Denver airport _ free Wi-Fi _. It looks very similar to Denver airport free Wi-Fi without the underscores and the extra free. Another thing to be wary of is connecting to any network that lets you connect without asking you to agree to its terms of service.
All good information, but you know, some of the things I think about, Jessica, is when I'm in some places where public Wi-Fi is offered, I have to be on there, because if I try to just do it with my normal phone or, you know, laptop, for example, I mean, you know, the cell phone service is so poor that you have to join the Wi-Fi. So how do we protect ourselves?
Yeah, you're right. And so this is where a VPN comes in, a virtual private network. It's hands down the best and easiest way to protect your personal information. Not enough people know about it, so I'm here to tell you a VPN, super important to educate yourself. It's essentially a private tool that lets you get online securely from anywhere, and it protects you by disguising your IP address, and it creates a secure encrypted tunnel where all of your online activity flows. So essentially, this shields you from nearby cyber criminals who are getting really good at being criminals online. And a lot of them are actually using special equipment these days to snoop on your online activity. So that's one way to protect yourself.
What about some other tips out there? I mean, there's still people that are planning trips late in the summer. They're planning some trips for the fall and winter. What kind of other tips do you have?
Absolutely. So everyone that I know has been on vacation or about to go on vacation, just like you said. I've been seeing a lot of posts on social media. My biggest tip is, if you're going to take those pictures and you're going to post them, make sure you're not adding your location. And if you definitely really want to post those pictures, at least go on private and post those pictures when you're back from vacation, so no one knows you're not home. I'm actually in sunny LA right now on a staycation, and I'm actually using a VPN. I'm using Norton. I've partnered with them. A very great and easy way to stay safe online. I trust them. I know that if I'm home or on a vacation or traveling, that they will actually secure my information online.
Okay, so I was just about to ask you about VPNs. What are the best ways to take us through just kind of a one-on-one, 101 course, you know, basic course of VPNs and how to choose the right one?
Absolutely. So there's so many out there, but really it's affordable and it's a super easy way to reduce your risk when you go online. You don't want to get a VPN after the fact. If you're someone who checks your banking apps, surfing the web, goes on social media, you know, going on to email, logging into really important information, which is literally everyone, you need a VPN, especially because you don't want that special information to fall into the wrong hands. So the best thing to do is get a VPN. I trust Norton. They have the Norton Secure VPN. And with them, it's super easy. You just have to go to their website, download the app and you know that it's safe. You can go online and all your private information stays private.
What about, Jessica, where people can get more information about this topic? Because it's so important. It's an evergreen topic. I mean, we're always talking about cybersecurity, and we so need it badly.
You know, we so need it badly. You can get more information on Norton.com and search VPN. And something else that I really want to talk about, the cyber criminals are just getting so good. We also have artificial intelligence getting a lot of calls that are spammy and pretending to be a specific person. So Norton actually just launched a free app. It's called Norton Genie. It can tell you if a text, an email, or a website is a scam or legit. All you have to do is download the app on your phone, or if you have an iOS, the app is on there, or you can go onto the website, you upload a screenshot, you put in your message, and it tells you if it's real or if it's fake. And this really helps you avoid so many potential scams because they're getting so good.
Yeah, they are. No question about it. All right, Jessica Naziri, we appreciate you and giving us those tips that we desperately need to keep all of our private information safe online. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, well, I want to talk about something pretty interesting. You know, there's a lot of people that are just high performers, high achievers, and they have so many positive traits. I mean, the discipline, the resilience, focus, vision. But sometimes those people that achieve these great things also can kind of get into their head and self-sabotage. And so we want to talk about these things because I think a lot of times the biggest thing is just being aware that you're doing this and then knowing how to respond to that sort of thing. So joining me now to help kind of shed some light on this topic is Sherry Riley. She is a best-selling author and a high-performance life coach. And I know that you work with like the NBA Coaches Association, all kinds of different organizations like that. So you're well-versed on this topic. So let's just kind of talk about just some of the characteristics of those high achievers and then how sometimes they can kind of get in their own way, right?
In this age of, being a high performer, knowing how to go after what you want to achieve, there's also that downside of using too much of that drive. And a lot of times the confidence does not stay in alignment with the drive. So what I always say is we have the drive to succeed. Drive is what pushes us to achieve. Confidence is who we are when we get there.
And I know you have a list of 6 ways that high achievers are their own worst enemy. Can we kind of go through that list and just talk about what some of those are? Because like I was mentioning earlier, just being aware can sometimes help you make a change in maybe some of the things you're doing.
Yes, one of the first ones is we have to stop spending 100% of our time on 10% of who we are. That is what allows many high achievers to accomplish their great goals. And so there's this fallacy that if I just work in this 10%, then everything else through osmosis is going to be great in my life. And so we have to be very intentional that personal development is a key to developing and really emphasizing with the intention that other 90% of who we are. And when we do that, it allows us to be more empowered in our healthy life decisions. Because many times we also get to that place of success and realize we don't even know who we are. One of the other keys is ways that we self-sabotage as high achievers is we lead with this idea that we are entitled to our success because we work so hard versus accountability for the success that we achieve. And what happens with that is we get to this place where our ego minimizes who we hear, who we listen to. And that also stops us from growing so that we become better people, not just better in our profession. One of the other keys that I think is really most critical is we don't take time to self-assess. We begin to believe that all of our external success is the total magnitude of who we are. And again, as I said earlier, our skill and talent will take us to levels of success that our character can't sustain, meaning our decision making, how we self-assess the situation, how we're able to manage opportunities and distractions. And so that's when you see a high performer make a decision that you're looking at them like, how could you destroy all that you've worked for based on this bad decision? And that's because, again, our skill and talent would take us to levels of success that our character can't sustain.
This is super interesting to kind of dive into. You know, for one, like you were mentioning, sometimes being kind of in your own lane and not taking advice from other people, because I know in my career field, a lot of the younger generation that's coming in, they have a lot more information about technology and how they're implementing that in the field. And then, you know, everybody has something to bring to the table. And I think you can kind of take a piece of that, like you said, and help you to grow as well. And it's also one of those things, from what I'm hearing from you, it's just balance, because sometimes you get so hyper focused on this one thing that you, like you said, you lose yourself, and it kind of just creates this ripple effect, right?
Well, you highlighted two things. Two other ways is social, this age of technology and just communicating through technology. And what I say all the time is we don't know how to be social in the age of social media. And so what happens is we spend so much time with technology, with high performers, that we lose how to communicate. And so there's so many ways our lack of social communication because of social media puts us in positions where we're misinterpreted. So that communicating just through technology, we need to really expand and be more intentional about how we engage socially. And then you also touched on another with work-life balance. And what I say is work-life balance is a myth. In my book, Exponential Living, I literally in the first 68 pages talk about it being a myth. It's really about that work-life integration. And when we really identify what's most important. And it's really hard when you're a high performer because you've spent so much time developing your skill that we lose sight of really what's most important. And when we stop and self-assess, we start to really speak about our values, which is family, right? Many times our faith. But when we look at where we spend our time is not in alignment with what we say we value. And so as a high performer, we have to really reassess, not work-life balance, but more of that full life integration and answer the question, what is most important? And when we get crystal clear on what's most important, then we make our decisions through that lens. If it's family, then we're able to make decisions where family is first, and then we allow our business and our professional decisions to be amplified through that lens of family first. So where we get out of sync emotionally is we say family is our most important value, but when we look at our time, when we look at our intention, family is usually last on the list. And that's what causes that internal conflict that many high performers are challenged with. And one of the greatest areas of growth for high performers is they've achieved so much externally, but they have this huge void internally. And that's where we began to experience that depression or really feeling out of sync and not performing at our highest level because we have that void and we think that more work will fill it, when the truth of the matter is it really is about making what's most important.
That's a good point too, because a lot of times people, especially with the social media world these days, and they, you know, you see these people achieving all these things, they post it, and then like you said, they're doing all of these things, but at the same time, a lot of times there's that void. And, you know, I know you're a high performance life coach. Is this something you run into a lot? What is the biggest thing that people come to you saying that stands out?
Oh my goodness. Yes, because they create a persona for social media. And then many times it's not in alignment with who they are and what they value in their own personal life. And so they get lost in, how do I continue to be this high performer or position myself in a way that isn't in alignment with really who I am? And so what I really work with on my clients is, how do we change the conversation in our own heads? That's one of the first places we have to start, because many times what we're pursuing is peace. And we think that external success, financial stability, a fabulous relationship or family is going to give us that peace. And one of the greatest challenges for a high performer is to reach all the levels of success they've worked so hard to get to and realize that they're miserable. And so we have to really stop and really evaluate what's most important. And the most important thing is their inner peace. And when we get to that place of recognizing that money will never give you peace, accolades and success will never give you peace, we have to pursue the peace first. And then that empowers us to really fully enjoy the experiences of our success. And that's really where I start with my high performers, is really with that conversation in their own head, so that they can begin to really self-assess what's most important, and then make sure that they do the personal development work so that who they are professionally and who they desire to be personally absolutely align with each other.
And I think it's so important to self-assess, you know, because a lot of times you have a hard time even putting into words how you feel, why you feel, how you fix it, and that sort of thing. So sometimes taking that step back and almost kind of taking a step back, stopping, smelling the roses, where you realize, okay, this is where I need to start making changes, and this is, you know, what's causing this problem. Is that something that you agree with?
Absolutely. Gratitude heals so much of our angst, so much of our anxiety, and so much of our fears. It's just gratitude. And with a lot of my clients, they've worked so hard to achieve their success that they've never just stopped and enjoyed where they were. And one of the areas of growth that we really focus on is never allow what you want to achieve to rob you of what you've already accomplished. Never allow what you want to achieve to rob you of the joy of what you've already accomplished. And so many times it's just allowing them a safe place to stop and enjoy the success that they've achieved while still being hungry and driven for that next level of success. And that all starts with that gratitude and really being able to appreciate what they've accomplished. Because many times the challenge is, if I stop and enjoy where I am, then I'll lose that fire. I'll lose that drive. I'll lose that passion that pushed me to get to this level of success. And what I always help them understand is, no, gratitude allows you to reboot, right? All of our technology, our computers, our phones, our iPads, in order for them to be their most productive, they have to stop. They have to reboot. And that's what I help them understand, is that gratitude is just that reboot that allows you to reignite that passion, but in a more healthy way.
I think so many people can relate to this. And I think one of the biggest things that I struggle with, that I've tried to make a point of doing more, is just being fully present in what I'm experiencing. Because sometimes you get so caught up in life that you're not even fully present or fully appreciating some of those moments. Is that, I mean, do you kind of understand what I'm saying with that?
That is one of the greatest challenges, is this myth about multitasking, is that we have to be, and it's hard because when you are a high performer, and you can definitely relate to this, is you're always, pressed and stressed and concerned about what's next, or you're evaluating what did I do wrong and how do I do better from what happened in the past, where our most powerful place is in the present. And what I help my clients with is that whether you're at work or at home, your presence is not enough. You have to be present. And many times we think our presence is enough. Well, I'm here, but I'm on my phone. I'm thinking about this. I'm more concerned with that. I'm trying to, be on social media to do this. And we're missing what's right in front of us. And that's where the anxiety amplifies, is because we're not present. And so the essence of exponential living is pursuing peace, choosing clarity, and living courageously. Because when we commit to being present, that's where that inner peace is our power. And when we commit to that peace, that's when we get clarity. A lot of times with high performers, because we have so many responsibilities, we're just not clear. And so we've got to focus on our peace, which gives us clarity. And then when you bring that peace and that clarity together, that's when you have the courage to do that inner work, That's when you have the courage to stop spending 100% of your time on 10% of who you are, the courage to self-assess, the courage to understand communication outside of technology, the courage to understand that you've got to lead through accountability and not entitlement. And so when we get to that place of peace and clarity, that's when we have the courage to make sure that these 6 ways that high performers can self-sabotage, we eliminate those and be more productive in every area of our lives. And that's really the goal, is to be the best you, not just the best career you or sports you or athlete you, but to be the best you in every area of your life.
Sherry, this has been a great conversation. I think it's helpful to so many people, myself included. Is there anything else you want to make sure to hit home about before we let you go?
Well, I would definitely say these 6 ways of self-sabotaging, I really spend more time and give more insight in my book, Exponential Living, Stop Spending 100% of Your Time on 10% of Who You Are, where I share the 9 principles that really serve as the how. How do we really show up and really be intentional about eliminating all those areas of self-sabotage so that we can really experience exponential living?
Sherry Riley, author and high performance life coach. I've really appreciated having you on here today, and you have a good one, all right?
Thank you. You too.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. It is a Thursday. It's going to be another fantastic day outside. You got to go out and enjoy it because we're going to see some changes over the next several days, and it's going to feel more like mid to late August. But right now, it feels more like fall. But I guess, Patrick, is it still, are we considering this false fall?
Yes, this morning at least.
Right.
So I went on a whole diatribe this morning talking about, pumpkin spice lattes because Dunkin' Donuts is like releasing, either they released it yesterday or they're releasing it today, the pumpkin line. Listen, if that's your thing, you go, okay? You go do your thing. I would recommend even this morning, hey, you could probably go ahead and get that hot coffee, okay? I'm going to tell you right now, the iced coffee might not even do it here in the next couple of days because the heat's going to be cranking up in a big way, okay? So go ahead and be prepared for it. If you want to feel all the warm feels of fall, do it this morning because going on forward, not going to be there. But this morning, at least, we're quiet, we're dry, no problems as you're stepping out the door. A live look from our High Five camera. That's coming from top of Waterford Plaza downtown, looking across Mud Island towards the Mississippi River. The Enbridge this morning looking great, feels fantastic outside. We have had some spots that have dropped into the upper 50s, at least briefly this morning. Great stuff here this morning. 67 officially at Memphis International, 64 in Olive Branch. So from here, we work our way up into the middle to upper 80s. Not bad. Again, we're a little cooler this morning comparatively to yesterday morning. We'll get a little bit warmer today because we have a bit more sunshine in the forecast. So it wouldn't be surprised again if we do get into the upper 80s and maybe even 1 or 2 spots trying to tag 90 before the afternoon's out, but with tolerable humidity levels still in play here across the Mid-South. There's a front that's going to drop into the area tonight into the start of your Friday. That will kick in a few clouds in the forecast. Middle to upper 80s expected here on this Thursday. There you go with the clouds acting as a blanket to keep our temperatures buoyed a little bit heading into your Friday morning. So we'll start off with temperatures in the upper 60s and lower 70s. From there, we'll rebound back through the upper 80s and lower 90s for your Friday. A beautiful day of weather in a general sense for Friday. And then here comes the heat cranking back up. After a morning start in the 60s, we'll give way to afternoon highs back in the lower 90s for Saturday, and even deeper heat not terribly far off. You head down the I-30 corridor heading out of Little Rock, heading out towards Arkadelphia and Texarkana. You're probably going to be starting to run into some middle and upper 90s. You see Fayetteville, Arkansas at 95 degrees on Saturday afternoon. Still in the 80s across Middle Tennessee and North Alabama, but we're starting to get into the 90s, and guess what? Those deeper shades of red and purple and pink, they're going to be heading in our direction, heading towards the upcoming end of the weekend because of the fact that this ridge of high pressure that is now currently anchored out west, it's actually currently anchored over the Four Corners region, begins its shift off towards the east. The last couple of days, quite warm across the Pacific Northwest. Things are going to start to change up here today as that ridge starts to build farther off to the east. So guess what? Our temperatures start to go up. Look at Phoenix, Arizona. I'm sure that they will be happy that they're not above 100 degrees going into Saturday with some monsoonal moisture also coming back into the fold, coming off of Baja California and the Pacific. There's actually a system down in the Pacific that we're going to be actually watching that could bring some heavy bouts of rain to portions of Southern California and the desert Southwest going into the upcoming weekend. For us, it's a ridge of high pressure that's going to be bringing us some heat. 92 as we head towards your Saturday, 98 on up towards Kansas City, 102 in Lubbock, Texas, 100 degrees in New Orleans, Louisiana. And there you go. As the heat wave starts to expand farther off to the east, you get up to 96 here in Memphis on Sunday, 93 Atlanta, Richmond, Louisville at 92, 102 underneath the core of that ridge heading over towards Kansas City. So places like western Arkansas, western portions of Missouri, eastern Kansas, and eastern Oklahoma probably going to be underneath the core of the ridge heading into Sunday. And as I mentioned, watching a little area of low pressure that's going to be lifting northward. Actually, it's a remnant tropical system that will be lifting northward towards California. It could bring some fairly heavy rainfall down there. They need it, but of course, even just a little bit can cause some big issues over there. And for us, the heat continues. It cranks up even farther as we head into your Monday. And again, that ridge is pretty expansive across the entire eastern 2/3 of the United States. And we get even toastier heading towards the middle and latter portion of the week. So the longer that we stay underneath that ridge, the quicker our soil is going to dry out. And the quicker we're probably going to see an uptick in temperatures. Right now, I'm keeping a pretty steady state on the middle to upper 90s next week. Would it be surprising that we do make a run for 100 for the first time in 2023? It is not out of the realm of possibility. Keep in mind, we have not hit 100 degrees officially at Memphis International. The highest we've gotten is 98. So it is possible that by the time we head towards the end of this week, if we stay dry with a lot of sunshine, and given we be underneath the core of this ridge of high pressure, it's not off the table here. Of course, we'll keep you updated on all of this anytime and every time on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. 87 the high temperature today, low 90s for tomorrow. Again, we start the process of warming up through the weekend. Low 90s, that's about typical for this time of the year. We have been very atypical the last couple of days, feeling very comfortable. We still get another couple of mornings where we're flirting with the upper 60s and maybe some mid 60s early Saturday morning in the wake of that weak frontal boundary that may spark a shower, but I think most spots will likely stay dry. And then as we continue the dry pattern, middle 90s Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, upper 90s to return Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week. And of course, you can look at 10-day forecast there on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app.
All right, so we have to enjoy the day today with the warm coffee, no matter what the flavor is, and then iced coffee for the rest of the next several days.
You know, you probably just go ahead and go iced coffee until maybe October. Just go ahead and just go ahead and do that.
Right.
We're getting close to fair time too. You know, you're hopeful for some great fair weather, and we just had some great fair weather. Let's hope that we can get it back here in the next couple of weeks. Delta Fair kicks off here in a couple of weeks' time.
I can't wait for that. I appreciate it very much, Patrick. Thank you. All right, the Tua family and their lawyers firing back at Michael Oher after he claims he hasn't seen any money from The Blind Side. Michael Oher says he learned this year he was never adopted by the Tuohys, but instead has been under a conservatorship for almost 20 years. Action News 5's Bria Bolden has this update.
Sean and Leanne Tuohy's lawyers, Steve Reese and Randy Fishman, say a bomb was dropped on their clients.
To say they were devastated by these allegations is truly an understatement.
Lawyers say Oher knew about the conservatorship in 2011, and they say the Tuohys never controlled his finances. They also say Oher got his own NFL agents and signed his own contracts and deals.
Mr. Tuohy sold his company for $220 million. He didn't need Mr. Oher's money.
Oher claims he unknowingly signed what he thought were adoption papers back when he was 18. The Tuohys have said they entered into the conservatorship to appease the NCAA's investigation into Oher's recruitment at the University of Mississippi, where the Tuohys are known boosters. So why didn't the Tuohys just adopt him?
It didn't make any difference to the Tuohys. There was one way, there was one thing to accomplish, and that was to make him part of the family so that the NCAA would be satisfied, because Sean would have been a booster of the university.
Legal experts tell Action News 5 adult adoption has been legal in Tennessee since at least the 1970s. When it comes to conservatorships, local attorney Kevin Childress says he personally has never seen one administered without the person under it being diagnosed with a psychological disorder or disability, or signed those papers in 2004. We asked, after a full NFL career, how could Orr just now realize he's been under this binding contract?
That's hard to answer, because if he could not enter the contracts himself, which is per that court order, then obviously there had to be someone to enter those contracts on his behalf. And that would automatically raise the question, how did you obtain this authority to sign the contracts or enter into contracts on my behalf other than some court order? So I don't know how a person would not know that.
The Tuohy's lawyers say they would be, quote, glad to terminate the conservatorship if that's what Orr wants.
Okay, the Tuohy's attorneys believe each Tuohy family member and Michael Orr received $100,000 for The Blind Side since its release. They say the money was given to Sean Tuohy over the years and divided between the family members, and that includes Michael Orr. So they claim that the money was put into a trust fund set up by the Tuohy's for Orr's son after Michael Orr stopped accepting the checks. Now, we reached out to Michael Orr's attorneys again to get the response to all this, and his attorneys have not responded to our requests. So we are going to continue to follow this story. You can look for the latest on actionnews5.com as it develops. Okay, we got some new details that we are dealing with here on the downtown shooting that happened over the weekend. Memphis police have a description of that vehicle there. This is video surveillance footage that shows the black Infiniti. Memphis police believe the shooter was in this vehicle. That shooting took place right at B.B. King and Peabody Place around 2 o'clock Sunday morning. No arrests have been made. 8 people were shot there. Again, if you have any information, you can remain anonymous and be eligible for a reward. That number is 901-528-CASH. These types of crimes in downtown Memphis are becoming all too common. Residents are frustrated. Increasing patrols in the entertainment district is one thing that comes up often as a fix. A former Shelby County Sheriff Office supervisor says there's a catch-22 for some officers to intervene in street takeover situations, stating not only can they be deadly, but sometimes intervening can be against the department policy.
A lot of the times it's because of citizen safety. A lot of the factors that come into play or officer safety. Is it worth the risk to take people? Is it worth the risk to get into a confrontation?
Okay, so according to Cobb, the Memphis city leaders must figure out the best way to approach these situations. Action News 5's reached out. We're still waiting to hear back from the Downtown Memphis Commission, who was supposed to meet with other downtown groups to talk about solutions to this problem and this crime. Employers are finding new ways to entice workers, including helping to pay student debt, just like they would pay into a 401k. Consumer investigator Rachel DePompa talked with the CEO of a new business built on helping people pay down debt. Watch this.
There's a new site seeing a lot of activity lately in light of student loans restarting. We wanted to find out more, so I caught up with the CEO of Dollar, Naveed Iqbal. He says Dollar helps people earn extra cash towards their student loans. The company works with a lot of employers around the U.S., creating incentive programs for employees in 2 ways.
The first is the employer just makes a payment to your student loans every month on your behalf. So imagine you get $100 from work towards your student loans every month. And the second is more recent, thanks to the Secure Act 2.0, employers can now match student loan payments to a 401k.
That way, you pay into your 401k and an employer matches with a payment to your student loan. Dollar also offers a way for you to sign up for cash back offers. It's partnered with more than 100 retail brands, so your purchases actually send money to your student loan debt.
So imagine going to your favorite grocery store, or you go buy your favorite shoes and you earn cash back paid directly to your student loans. That's making a big difference. And we try to partner with folks or with brands that people shop at often, right? So that's why I mentioned grocery stores or like gas stations, places like that where you're going to be spending money on a regular basis.
Relatives can also sign up for Dollar, so their cash back from shopping helps a person they nominate pay down their debt. The company is launching an app version soon, but for now you can check it out at getdollar.com. With this Watch in Your Wallet, I'm Rachel DePompa.
You can't call it a comeback because the coronavirus never really went away.
COVID is still here, like it's been here throughout.
As schools across the country reopen for the fall and Americans face the latter half of the calendar year, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says COVID-19 hospitalizations have been climbing since early July.
The community levels go up, and then we start to see the hospitalizations come up afterwards.
The Chicago Department of Public Health says it's seen roughly 72 cases per day within the last week. That's a 4% hike from the week before.
I'd go a whole 12-hour shift without seeing any. And then in the last, 1 to 2 weeks, we see 3, 4, 5, 6 COVID positive cases coming in.
Health officials say although COVID-19 hospitalization rates are at a high not seen since April, they're much lower than before. The CDC says roughly 1% of hospital beds in U.S. inpatient and intensive care units are currently taken by COVID-19 patients. During the Omicron surge, more than 20% of all beds were occupied. Although U.S. cases have dropped significantly since the peak of the pandemic, health officials are advising people to be cautious and fully vaccinated because COVID-19 is here for good.
It's probably not going to go away.
I'm John Lawrence reporting.
Back to school time is so much fun. It can be an exciting time for so many people. In the next few weeks, we're all going to be having all the kids back in class in some form or fashion, whether it's elementary school, middle school, high school, college. Everyone's going to be back. The problem is when it's not fun and when it's not enjoyable, it can lead to anxious moments, perhaps times of depression and that sort of thing. And so there are 7 tips out there to prepare your child mentally for going back to school. Let's bring in Ashley Mills. Ashley has recently penned a piece on 7 tips to prepare your child mentally for back to school, and he is joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. I appreciate you joining us and taking a few minutes, Ashley. Tell me, if out of those 7 tips, which one is the most important, do you think?
Honestly, I think they're all fairly important. A couple of things that I really look at is looking at the first day of school for a youth or a child not being the first time they actually see the school. Many of our children transition from middle school to high school or elementary to middle school, or some of our kids even start a brand new school. And that's a very difficult transition for a young person. Transitions inherently are hard for kids. But realizing that, one of the best things that we can do is take the opportunity of the open houses or the opportunity of the week before school or a few days before school to really get an opportunity to go and meet with the teacher, meet with the school, see the layout of the grounds and where the bathrooms are and where the lunchroom is and where your next class will be, so that when the kids come to school, they're not lost for that first day.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea. In fact, I'm looking at some of your 7 tips, and we can go through them. But just the whole idea of having a routine before the first day of school, expectations, that sort of thing. Take us through some of them, because I'd like to talk about a few.
Yeah, certainly. The routine piece is really key for a lot of our children and young teenagers. We've spent an entire summer where we've slept late, we've gone to bed late, and now we're trying to get back in the routine of 6 o'clock in the morning becomes a normal wake-up time. And I don't know about you, but my brain doesn't function well at 6 o'clock in the morning. And so now we're asking kids to get back into a routine of where you have to get up and eat and get ready for school and rush off to school and be ready to go. And so making sure that you're back into a routine of normal bedtime and getting the rest that you need. The other piece that you had mentioned was just looking at the academic side of it and remembering where some of the strengths were from the previous year and maybe even some of the areas that you struggled. And having the parents be able to reach out to the teacher and create that line of communication back and forth between themselves and the teacher, because learning is not just on the shoulders of the child. It really becomes a role of the parent that they have to take on to ensure the success of their child.
I like that. I also see on one of the lists, the school supplies that they need for class, and then, where they're going to school, as you mentioned, having that transition perhaps from elementary to middle or middle to high school, that sort of thing, can be, an unfamiliar thing, can add to that anxiety. And then, having that dialogue with not only the student, but also having the dialogue with the teachers. That's so important. And you see that in some school districts, and some you wish those school districts had more of that parental involvement, right?
You really do. And although I would love to say that it's the responsibility of the school to set that time and to really create that opportunity for the dialogue between the parent and the teacher, I really think that we as clinicians and we as parents really take the opportunity to be an active learner with our child. It's difficult because of work schedules and time availability. And once the school season starts, it's hard for a teacher to have that break period that might be equal to that of the parent. But it's so important for the parent to understand that it's their role as well to be an active participant in their child's learning.
At what point, Ashley, do you see kids having maybe the most anxiety? Is it elementary to middle? Is it middle to high school? Is it maybe some other time?
I think the anxiety just displays itself differently. For your elementary kids looking at that kindergartner or the pre-K kid going to school for the first time, they're finally going to get to have new friends and new social interactions. But that's also a very scary time because there's new adults in their life and there's unknowns. And then you get to middle school and or earlier elementary and then move into middle school where classes begin to change. And am I going to make it to the right class? And the other piece, unfortunately, with that comes with school is some of the social media presence. As our kids go into the middle school age, they are going in not only really trying to find themselves academically, but also socially. And social media has made it so much more difficult for our children to adapt and not live in a bit of fear of what's being said about them or trying to keep up with the next person of what they're doing. And then as you get into high school, certainly you've got the pressures of social media, but you also have the pressures of, I've got to do well because college is coming. And so I think that to say that one's more difficult than the other probably is not what I would consider to be a fair statement, but I do think it's an understandable statement of each person going in experiences that same threat or that same feeling of anxiety and fear. They just express it or feel it in a different way and express it in a different way.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And gosh, you're 100% right on the social media aspects. I just dropped off our youngest in college, and I can remember our oldest. So I have a son and daughter, and she went on and on about social media. I remember picking her up in middle school, and she would just be in tears. And I was like, "Did you have a bad day?" She goes, "No, I didn't have a bad day, but social media is so mean." So yeah, it's certainly too prevalent, I think, when it comes to middle schoolers, and kids can be really mean, as you know, I'm sure. What else? Anything else we can touch on that you feel's important that maybe parents, students can talk about before that first day of school?
Yeah, one of the things that's really important is for a parent to sit down with their kid and just ask them, what are you concerned about going into this year? What are you excited about going into this year? Really trying to build school up as this exciting moment for them and an opportunity for them to grow emotionally, educationally. But again, I go back to the piece of the parent and taking that active role with the youth and really helping them feel comfortable and get excited and know that they're supported when school actually starts back.
Where can people, Ashley, see and read your 7 tips to prepare your child mentally for back to school? Is there a place online?
Yeah, we have it posted on the Youth Villages website. I know that they're working on getting that pushed in today, and so if you want to just go to youthvillages.org, The link to that website is there. There's been a couple of other outlets that have run the document as well. So there's a couple of places that you can access the resource, but certainly on the youthvillages.org website would be a great opportunity for you to be able to read that.
Fantastic. All right, Ashley Mills with Youth Villages. 7 tips to prepare your child mentally for back to school. Check out his article there at youthvillages.org. And Ashley, please feel free to come back to the digital desk anytime. Thanks so much for that valuable information. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Want you to take a look at this. This is the latest edition of Memphis Magazine, and it's the City Guide. And I always remark at how awesome the cover looks, how pretty, how beautiful. Check that out. The animation is spectacular, and you can see all the different various landmarks and staples across Memphis and the Mid-South right there. Let's bring in the editor of Memphis Magazine, the CEO of Contemporary Media, Anna Traverse-Vogel, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Anna, the City Guide is a big issue each and every year. How does this year compare to others? Good morning.
Hey, Andrew. Good morning. So great to see you. Yeah, we are just delighted with this year's City Guide. We're always trying to think about how to keep it fresh. This is actually the 40th year that we have been producing a City Guide. So it's an exciting issue for us just to think back on all the different incarnations that City Guide has had over those years. And this one especially just feels really special, really personal to us. The cover illustration is by Martha Park, who you may remember also illustrated our June cover for our medical Top Doctors issue. And for the cover, we chose to, as you said, just spotlight some of the different landmarks around town. Of course, there are so many more that we could have featured. But this actually ties into one of my favorite features in City Guide this year, sort of a new thing that we did this year, which was to explore different neighborhoods around the city. I don't know about you, but I feel like Memphis is such a city of neighborhoods that have their own distinct flavor and character. And so we just really wanted to dive into those and talk about what makes them so special. And so Martha illustrated some really beautiful landmarks that represent different neighborhoods. And the cover is a condensation of all of those, but there's much more inside as well.
I love it. I love it. I love the cover, and I love the neighborhoods that Memphis has. I think you're right. Each neighborhood has, its own personality, and it doesn't matter where you go in East Memphis or Midtown, and the different neighborhoods, Evergreen and Central Gardens and Cooper Young. I mean, they're all very distinctive in their own right, and it's really enjoyable to see the various neighborhoods, and so that is a part of this year's City Guide. For someone who doesn't know or isn't familiar with Memphis Magazine, can you explain exactly what the City Guide is?
Sure. So the City Guide is, as the name might give away, sort of an introduction to all things Memphis, or a reintroduction for those of us who maybe have been here for longer. We, in the early days, used to refer to it as a newcomer's guide. And then we realized that actually most of our readers are people who are already living here and might just appreciate some more information. Yeah, we include features about all manner of Memphis culture, life in Memphis. So there's a story about Memphis music. And this year, Alex Green, our music writer, chose to focus on the hard rock coming out of Memphis. Not necessarily something that we might think of immediately, but there's actually a really long history here and a lot of great art coming out of here in that sphere. We also have a story about what's going on with the Metal Museum's move to Overton Park Park and what all that's going to look like. Of course, we have our annual Who's Who selections. So we each year in August do a rundown of the city's newsmakers and movers and shakers. So if you aren't familiar with the people who make Memphis the town that it is, that's at least a good place to start. Of course, there are, as always, with so much of what we do, so many more people that could be included, but this is a little over 100, and just try to give a great breadth of people who are working in different areas of the city. And there's really so much more as well in the City Guide. There's a story about sports, and Frank Murtaugh, our sports writer, talks about really things to be excited about and things to be grateful for in Memphis sports. I think it's been a year where there have been maybe a few things in the local sports community that have not been as happy, but we try to have really good vibes in our City Guide. So Frank wanted to put a spotlight on things that are going well, things to celebrate. So there's just so much like that.
Fantastic. I can't wait to read it. I'm sure it's in my mailbox today. I wanted to go back just to kind of look at the cover just a little bit and see if I can get all the different landmarks that you have there.
Yeah, it's a pop quiz.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm looking upper left. Is that the zoo or no?
Upper left is the Orange Mound Tower. So that's
right.
the building in Orange Mound that you can see from Lamar. That the good folks at Tone, the Black Arts Alliance, are working on a very long range plan to restore and turn into a cultural and creative hub.
I love it. Yes. And then the house next to it.
The house is just a house. So, when we were talking about this cover with Martha, we talked about the idea to spotlight different neighborhoods. And so one of the things that we decided to do was to include some quieter scenes that just gave a sense of what it might be like if you're driving through Memphis on a summer evening. And so we wanted to just give that quiet residential community feeling in that house, and then also the one on the bottom row. And then I'm sure the third piece of the top row.
Right. So Overton Park Shell. Then we have on the second line Graceland, the Overton Park entrance there, and then we have Ballet Memphis.
So that's actually Collage. So yeah, that is Collage Dance Collective that you see if you're coming in on Sam Cooper. And they have those really big like picture windows over at Collage, and it's a beautiful facility. Of course, we love Ballet Memphis too, but we included Collage as sort of a doorway into the Binghamton neighborhood. And again, when we talked about this with Martha, we talked about wanting to give a sense of the interplay between the outside and the inside. So you'll see little dancers in the windows there. And it's just this sense of like seeing the building, but also seeing the life that's happening within it. So I love the glow from those windows and the dancers.
Yeah, no, that's a great animation there. Of course, Stax Museum is right there on the bottom left, and then Gibson's Donuts. What that's surprising to me.
Yeah, so we wanted to include something that felt very East Memphis, and we love that old neon sign that they have. And if you read the neighborhoods feature that Frank actually wrote on his neighborhood of East Memphis, one of the things that he talks about is stopping by and grabbing some donuts.
Fantastic. Well, I mean, we all love Gibson's Donuts. What's not to love? So appreciate that. Anna, it's fantastic. I can't wait. Is there anything else you wanted to mention before we let you go on the City Guide?
Just want to thank, my team for their efforts. This is one of our bigger issues that we put out over the course of any given year. So it is a labor of love, and maybe emphasis on the labor part. They worked really hard to put this together for our community and our readers. So just an amazing team of creatives and of salespeople who work to make independent local work like this possible. And I just am so grateful for all of them, and to y'all for giving us the chance to spotlight it.
Absolutely. All right. Anna Traverse Vogel, we appreciate you, editor of Memphis Magazine, CEO of Contemporary Media. Thanks so very much for joining us. Okay, Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. We got some breaking news. It looks like Buster's Liquors right up the road here has been struck again with yet another smash and grab. We got our Cindy Hawkins live on the scene for us with the breaking details. Cindy, what have you found?
Hey, good morning, Andrew. You can just see the same scene that we saw a couple weeks ago, maybe a couple months ago, here at Buster's on Poplar, as you said. You can smell wine. Again, Buster's on Poplar. I haven't had a chance to go in and speak with the owner yet. If surveillance video like we did last time, which I want to see a similar situation to last time. Window was smashed in. You can see the glass here, leftover bottles and things that people are cleaning up now. But they have to do something here, boarding up this window. But just a similar situation as you said, Andrew. We see this too often here in Memphis. It's a very bad situation.
So, Cindy, we're having a hard time hearing you when you switch the camera over to show what was happening. If we can see you and hear some of the things that you were saying, it would be better for us. Yes, because the way the microphone works is they switch up the audios. But can you tell us again what you're seeing over there?
I was just saying I haven't gotten a chance to go in to speak to the owner to get that surveillance video. We know this is a similar situation like we've seen in the past. Last time we were able to get that surveillance video showing a pickup truck ramming the back of the truck into this area, breaking that glass, and thieves going in to steal bottles of liquor and things. I assume it's a similar situation because that entire window area is out. You saw the glass, the bottles, boxes, and things left over from this crime. Company back here again, just kind of boarding up, putting a temporary board. It's just something that we see in the Memphis area all too often.
You're absolutely right, Cindy. In fact, I can remember when Josh Hammond, one of the co-owners of Buster's Liquors, was on Action News 5 in the morning at 6 o'clock, and he talked about how this is persistent, it is a problem, and it is a gang of people that go and do these smasher grabs all across the city, and yet it is still happening and is still a problem. And he called on elected officials to do more in order to make the city safer. Did you have a chance to see anyone there from the liquor store? Did they give you any kind of update? Do they think it's, the same kind of situation? It appears it's the same.
Yeah, I haven't gotten a chance to as of yet. These people are still just kind of pick up the pieces, working with the people who are boarding up this area. But hopefully after we finish this report, Andrew, I can get some more information for you all.
Okay, Cindy Hawkins reporting live for us at Poplar and Highland. Buster Liquors, once again, unfortunately, Buster Liquors, the site of a crime scene where there was a smash and grab. Cindy Hawkins, thanks very much. Okay, appreciate that. Now let's talk about this other interview that my colleague Amanda Hansen did with Family Matter.
Amanda Hansen here in the Action News 5 digital desk. We want to talk about a program that's really doing great things, an organization that's doing great things in the city of Memphis. We're talking about Families Matter. We recently highlighted them in their Affirm program, which stands for A Father's Involvement Really Matters, but they do several things. They have partnerships with schools and hospitals in the area, and so we're going to be highlighting them today to talk more about it. And joining us here on the digital desk is Carol Jackson. She is the executive director at Families Matter. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing really good, and I think that y'all are doing such great things in the city of Memphis. As I mentioned, the Affirm program, really incredible. And so let's just, for people that maybe aren't familiar with Families Matter, talk about the organization and the mission.
Well, Families Matter is an organization that we are actually we're a nonprofit, faith-based organization working here in the city of Memphis, the county of Shelby, all of Shelby County, and surrounding areas, teaching youth and adults, families, healthy relationship skills. Our mission is to strengthen families, change lives, and transform Memphis. And we know that education is one way that we can do that. Our major purpose is to work within schools, within churches, with our collaborative partners in order to make Memphis a wonderful place to live. And that's what we're endeavoring to do in all of our programs.
And obviously it's back to school season, kids heading back to the classroom. And I know one of your organizations focuses on young men. Can you tell us more about that program and what it's all about?
Yes, I'd love to. That's the 12 Principles of Manhood, where we're in elementary schools, we're in high schools. We're actually working with some of those collaborative partners, teaching that as well. Where the men, first of all, I need to just tell you that we believe in men teaching men. And so I believe Frederick Douglass and Truett Cathy made a statement that it's better to build boys than to repair men. And so what we're doing with the 12 Principles of Manhood is helping young men understand character building. It's all about them building character. And, you know, within our program, men teach boys and men so that they begin to see a positive male role model in their lives. We believe that that is so very important. And so the 12 Principles of Manhood, I have to read it because I don't teach those programs, but it's today I will stand and be a man. What you have on the camera right now is one of those sessions. Today, I will stand before my Creator and give thanks for the respect for I am respectfully and wonderfully made. And then there's another principle that talks about how today I will treat women with respect because my mother is a woman. And then it goes on to say, today I will confront my mistakes, admit my mistakes, and learn from my mistakes so that I do not make that mistake again. So these principles are created. There's 12 of them, and they're created so that the person will learn them. First of all, learn it, be able to recite it, and then they will learn a practical way of using it, and then they will learn how to actually apply it to their everyday lives. So it's like a third part to each principle that the young boys and the men are taught so that they can move forward in their lives in a very positive manner.
And really, you mentioned this, but just talking about the father's role in a young man's life, maybe can you share a little bit about the impacts of those who maybe don't have their dad in their life and present, and what that can do for a child?
Well, you know, I actually believe that part of the crime that we experience here in Memphis and around the country has to do with the absence of fathers being in their children's lives. Fathers play an important role as far as guidance is concerned. And so when that is not there, so many times what we see, it appears to be anger, because when a child goes up against an adult or something happens and they lash out, that looks like anger. But in so many instances, what's coming forth is hurt that's disguised as anger. And so men, boys, girls, families, they need that they need that man, they need that protection, they need that guide. They need that financial support that men are supposed to give to their children and to their families. Remember, we're faith-based, and I'm unapologetic about that. We're faith-based, and we believe that there was a rule that was given in a book that was created years and years and centuries ago called the Bible. And when we deviate from the Word of God, then we open ourselves up to some of the things that we're getting today. And so our programs are they're biblically based on principles that we receive from the Bible. We don't go in with the Bible talking about that and doing all that. However, it is very much a part of what we're doing and how we do what we do.
And really, it makes a lot of sense what you were talking about. And one thing that stood out to me was even saying the father's role being the protector. And when they're not there, these young men feel like that they need to be the ones stepping up, protecting the family, and helping to be there and provide. And that's tough on a kid.
It's very tough. In fact, my husband was in a class, I believe it was at Robert R. Church Elementary School, and one of the little boys said to him, fifth grader, said to him, I'm the one that protects my family. How does a fifth grader, maybe a 9, 10, maybe 11-year-old young man, young boy, because you're a boy at that point, how does a boy come to the conclusion that at that young age, he has to be the one that protects his family? You know, there's a pattern, and the pattern is you become a boy, then you go into a man, then you become a husband, and then you become a father. So when we get out of that pattern, we've actually gotten into things that cause some of the issues that we currently see on the streets of Memphis and around the country. So there is a pattern that we need to follow, and Families Matters goal is to help fathers, help them understand their role within the family structure and how they can really impact the lives of their children, be they girls or boys, and the mothers that they fathered these children by.
And, you know, I love the Affirm program. I think that is a great thing that y'all have and that y'all are doing. And, of course, for those, if you were just joining in, it stands for A Father's Involvement Really Matters. So let's kind of talk the flip side. What are some of the positive impacts that happens when there is that father that's present, that's there, that can be the one providing guidance, protection? Talk about that.
Well, when a father is involved in their children's life, and when we're talking about those positive male role models that understand, first of all, that each child is different. So you cannot have a cookie cutter idea of how to raise a child because each child is different. So we need to know our children. So it can reduce the stress that children go into. And so many times, I was raised my dad died when I was 7. So basically my teenage years, it was my mom and I. But I had uncles that stepped in. I had cousins that stepped in to provide some of that protection. So it reduces some of the stress that children that they have when there's not a positive male role model in the home. What it also does is with so many of our students, it increases their grade level. It increases their grade average in school. So they do better in school. It is a statistical fact that children that grow up in the home with a father there, they feel more protected. And not only that, but they earn more income as they go out into the world. Why? Because they see a person in so many cases that is productive in some field of employment. Another thing that it does is for young women, it decreases the number of not only young women, but young men, but those that get involved in sexual activities at a young age. So there's so many different things that happen when a positive male role model is in their child's life. And one of the things that we're talking about with Affirm, A Father's Involvement Really Matters, is helping those fathers not only understand their role, but also trying to get those fathers to go back into the lives of the women that they have fathered children with and do a co-parenting agreement so that both the mother and the father have come to a conclusion on different things that they want, different goals that they want to set for their children. I believe it is a groundbreaking, revolutionary program, and we are thrilled about being able to do this program in Memphis and Shelby County.
And I know that y'all collaborate with schools, churches, hospitals. Can you talk about those partnerships?
Yes, most definitely. We have some great partnerships with schools, with churches. Of course, you know, everyone is still reeling from COVID, and so we're trying to reestablish a lot of the relationships within Shelby County schools, and that will happen. We have a relationship with Advanced Memphis. We have a relationship with the Women's Foundation. We have a relationship with Agape Child and Family Services. So there's a lot of relationships that we're building. The different employment agencies, barbershops. We are going into the highways and hedges and literally compelling people to understand what we're doing and asking them to support us in whatever way they can, so that we get fathers and men into some of these sessions, and also help them with jobs if that's what they need, and help them do those things that they need to do to help themselves grow better. So, because so many times when children see you doing better, then they want to emulate what you're doing. So if we can help those fathers, help those moms, then it helps the children. We also have a wonderful collaboration with juvenile court. And so we're trying to work in every segment of Shelby County to make sure we have the right type of collaborations so that we can touch the parents that need to be touched with this program.
And just listening to you talk, I hear your passion, and this is something that obviously is really deep for you to be able to do this. Can you talk about, I don't know if you mentioned this, but when did Families Matter get started? And then what was it, how did you know that this was your calling?
Oh, that's a great question. And thank you for leading me there. First of all, Families Matter was started back in 2004. And my husband and I, at that point, lived in Denver, Colorado. He had a passion to work with his brother, so he wanted to come to Memphis to do that. And he's a business person, so he was going to work with his brother in church. Well, that mere thought just broke my heart, because I left children and grandchildren in Denver, Colorado. So I began to really seek God for the truth. I just wanted to know, if you would allow my heart to be broken to this point, why? And so I began to just seek him. And I found Families Matter just through going to meetings with my brother-in-law. And when I found it, it made sense to me. But at that point, it was a marriage strengthening organization. And I love marriage, and I wanted to work in marriage strengthening. But I was in a class and I heard a father say, you know, this is my girlfriend's having a baby, and I'll probably have another one with my next girlfriend. And I thought, something's wrong with that. There's something really wrong with that thought pattern. And so I came back and I said to my husband, we have to go deeper with fatherhood. And I believe the reason is because I was a child of a 15-year-old mother. And I still do not know the exact, I don't know my father. And so there's things that I know, pain that I had, that I know that children experience when there is that void and it can't be filled. And so I want to help children. I want to help fathers to understand, first of all, their value for themselves, and then their value for their children and for their families. And my passion is just because of what I understand that children go through when there's not the right type of guidance to just lead you down the path where you should go. Now, it's not to say you're not going to make some mistakes, you're not going to deviate from that path to some degree, but at least when it's there, you can return to it when you become mature enough to understand that the information that you've been taught is great information and it should be followed. So my passion comes from, first of all, my background And then the mere fact that my husband and I have 6 children, and I recognize without a shadow of a doubt that they would be on a totally different path if we had not been able to keep it together and do our work within our family together, building healthy relationship skills with our children, with their teachers, with people around them, and helping them understand who they are and the importance of who they are.
And we see you putting that passion into play with all the work you're doing. If we have a viewer that's watching right now, maybe looking for some support and some of the services that y'all offer, what do they need to do?
What we ask them to do, first of all, is contact Families Matter. And you can do that a couple of ways. You can do that by calling our number, which is 901-260-8520. And you can also follow us on social media. So we are here to serve. I believe that we all of the people that we have brought on with us are as passionate in some cases as I am, as far as making sure that this work is done and that we do it with excellence. So I thank you for this opportunity, and families do matter. That's the groundbreaking rule for what I'm all about, is the mere fact that families do matter.
And if there's people right now that are watching that say, you know what, I feel called to help, how can the public get involved?
I want them to call me, because when we're talking about getting involved, I need them to understand the importance of being involved. You know, when we go into the schools and when a teacher or administrator, principal, whoever it is, invite us in, especially to do 12 Principles of Manhood, that involvement is a school year involvement, because from the time they invite us into the school, when we start teaching the 12 Principles of Manhood, we want those 2 individuals that are assigned to a particular school to be with those students the entire school year. So we go in sometime in September, because school the teachers have to get themselves together at the beginning of school. So when they invite us in September, October, then we're with those students from October until school ends in May. And we want the same 2 individuals to be in that particular classroom. So in order to be involved, I would love for them to contact me. And my cell phone number again is 901-351-1124.
Well, Carol, this has just been such a great interview, and I can see your passion, and so I'm so glad that you're putting it to use the way you are. And of course, good luck as you continue into this new school year, and feel free to come back on the Digital Desk anytime.
I would love to come back on the Digital Desk. And I want to say one more thing. We're having another graduation coming up on August 17th for the Affirm program. And at this graduation, I believe there's about 11 people that will be graduating or receiving some type of milestone payment for the accomplishments that they've had within the last 8 weeks. So please join us on that date.
Well, Carol Jackson, Executive Director for Families Matters, thank you so much, and you have a great one.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as the Action News 5 First Alert weather app, as well as all of our digital properties. Of course, also Action News 5 Plus 5.5. Here we go with our forecast. A beautiful day of weather expected across the area today, starting off in the 60s on our way to the middle and upper 80s. And that's still below average for this time of the year, but do not get used to it. This morning felt fantastic. This afternoon gets a little toastier than the last few days as warmer air begins to invade the region. Temperatures on our way to the middle and upper 80s this afternoon, near 90 in Little Rock, upper 80s in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, lower 80s up towards Cape Girardeau, and middle 80s out towards Fayetteville, Arkansas. But we'll be watching to the north. A frontal boundary approaching us could have a few clouds sneaking through the skies overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning. That could keep our temperatures buoyed just a little bit to the upper 60s and lower 70s starting off on your Friday. That will actually usher in a little push of drier air taking us into your Friday. But needless to say, that's going to allow for our temperatures to come up a couple of extra notches, up to near 90 degrees here in Memphis, 92 in Oxford, upper 80s elsewhere as we go through the afternoon hours of your Friday. Lots of clear sky action. Will drop through the 60s to start off on your Saturday morning, back through the low 90s through the afternoon hours, and that heat cranking up out west, that's heading in our direction. That'll take us into the middle and latter portion of the weekend. So we'll go 92 for a high for the weekend, for Saturday at least. By Sunday, we go up to 96, mostly sunny, hot and trending a bit muggier. It's all thanks to a ridge of high pressure that is going to be working its way eastward over the next few days. And the core of it, at least through the weekend, stays just west of the Action News 5 coverage area. But by the time we head into the end of the forecast period, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, that core of the ridge starts to shift farther eastward and eventually comes over the Mississippi River Valley, heading towards the mid portion of next week. So that pushes our temperatures up in a big way during that same time frame. I want you to stay weather aware anytime on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Upon the 7-day, pretty quiet the next couple of days. Not much in the way of rain opportunities here in the next few days. 87 the high today, 90 tomorrow, low 90s on Saturday. Here comes the middle 90s, and the middle 90s then go even higher. Keep in mind, we're likely staying dry for a good chunk of the next 7 to 10 days, in the very least 10 days, with very limited opportunities for a shower or thunderstorm. No appreciable rainfall in any definite sense coming in the forecast. So as we go through these days ahead, getting past this quieter weather, this drier weather, we're going to see the soil begin to dry out, which will then in turn help to warm up our atmosphere quicker, because the sun heats the ground, which then in turn heats the air. So the drier both of those elements are, the ground and the air, the quicker and more efficient the air mass is going to warm up. So that's looking to be more likely that we'll be in the middle to some upper 90s as we head towards the start of next week, and probably upper 90s, trying to get close to 100 by the middle and latter portion of next week. So take care of the heat. Of course, enjoy the cooler weather while we have it, even though we're starting to creep up here starting on your Thursday.
Okay, Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. You know, AARP is such a great resource for many things, and a lot of times they give us the heads up when it comes to various scams that are out there and where those scams are coming from, what they're about, and who they're targeting. And there is apparently a scam out there for the PACT Act, and it's targeting veterans and their families. And this PACT Act is something that's very important. We've been talking about it here at Action News 5 for weeks now. Let's bring in someone with AARP to really kind of go through this scam and ways to watch for it, and just kind of focus in on what we're dealing with here. Troy Broussard is a senior advisor at AARP Veteran and Military Family Initiative. He's also a U.S. Army Desert Storm veteran, and offers advice to veterans and their families with regards to this scam out there. Troy, good morning to you. I appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. Let's first remind everyone, our viewers out there, what in fact is the PACT Act. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. It's a pleasure to be with you today and your audience throughout Tennessee. You know, you're right. I would love to start off and just talk about the PACT Act and talk about exactly what that means just for everyone, and then get into what we're really trying to focus on is increase that awareness. So let's start with the PACT Act. You know, it was an act that was done back in August 10th of 2022, and it's a promise to address Comprehensive Toxics Act. And what it does, it expands access to VA healthcare for benefits for veterans that were exposed to burn pits, Agent Orange, and other toxic substances. So it's a very important act that we want to increase the awareness of, but we also want to make sure that people are aware that there are scams that are connected with it as well.
So tell me, Troy, you know, I'm curious, why is AARP so concerned that there may be some fraud out there with regards to this PACT Act?
You know, Andrew, you know, veterans are being targeted because of their overall lack of awareness of this new law. You know, we did a recent survey. Did you know that 2/3 of veterans are aware or unaware that they can receive this free assistance with these benefits through the VA? And then 1 in 10 of those veterans, have been approached by someone offering some type of buyout or assist with enrollment of these benefits, that they'll give them a lucrative payout, which we know are scams. So that is why we want to increase the awareness and share some of those scams that are out there impacting our veteran and military families.
And so these veterans have worn the uniform for our country to defend our rights, and yet these scammers here are having a hard time with dealing with all these scams. Why do you think they target veterans specifically?
Yeah. Andrew, veterans and military families, they have access to benefits and different, resources than civilians. And, it's a steady income that's coming through, which I think it's extremely important. And these scammers know that. But what they also do, which is something that I want to make sure our veterans out there and your listening audience know, is that they'll try to connect with you if you're a veteran. There's a certain military jargon, a language that we speak, between veterans, between those that have served previous and currently, and those scammers learn that jargon, and then they try to get information from veterans, like their Social Security number, or they try to make you pay for earned benefits, that you really shouldn't, but they try to build that trust, and then at that point, that's when the scam. So we're here to alert veterans and military families to let them know that these scams are out there, and we want to provide some resources as well to let them know about it.
Okay, so let's get into the nitty-gritty about this specific scam and ways that people can immediately see that red flag and avoid this scam completely.
Absolutely. Initially, if someone is calling you and stating that what we're going to do is we're going to give you, a lucrative benefits buyout, or if we're going to, let me verify your service, your service records, your Social Security number, we need to stop immediately and put a red flag on it and say, stop. Make sure I'm not interested in it, develop a no script. And then what we do, Andrew, we have resources, tailored resources at aarp.org/veterans through our Vets Fraud Center and our Health Benefits Navigator that'll help protect you from these frauds. And then with the Health Benefits Navigator, you can, go ahead and access that tool prior to going to the VA to make sure you'll be prepared for that visit, so you can sign up for the PACT Act to get those earned benefits.
Is there maybe, Troy, another, maybe more of an umbrella way, a way to just spot any scam? There's obviously ways to spot this PACT Act scam, but is there a way to spot any scam that you could give to our viewers?
I would want to share with your viewers, if anyone reaches out to you and tell you that they need to verify your military records, or that they want to work with you, or you need to verify the military records in order to get this service, that is an immediate red flag. Okay, I want you to stop the conversation, hang up the phone, develop that no script, and make sure that you don't provide any of your pertinent information to anyone, whether they're trying to relate to you or not. So veterans never pay for their service, their earned benefits, or their service records. Immediately, that's a red flag.
Where can we go and send our viewers? We have thousands of viewers that join us each and every morning, Troy. Where can we send them to get some more information about this online?
Absolutely. There will be I would like to recommend our aarp.org/veterans, to where you can get to our Vets Fraud Center to protect you, and our Health Benefits Navigator that'll allow you the assistance to go ahead and get the PACT Act set up. But what I would also say is we want folks to go ahead and those veterans to go ahead and sign up for the PACT Act through va.gov/PACT. Make sure that they go to that site and sign up for the PACT Act. You have until August 9th at midnight to get the retro benefits back to its original date on August 10th, 2022. So we definitely want to make sure that awareness is out to veterans and military families all across Tennessee and beyond. And then make sure that if you do after August 9th at midnight, you can still sign up for the PACT Act, but you won't get that retro benefit. So we just want to make sure to share that pertinent information with all of your viewers today.
Troy Broussard, Senior Advisor with AARP Veterans and Military Families Initiative, and a U.S. Army veteran himself. Sir, thank you for your service to our country, and I appreciate the advice and counsel given today. We really are glad that you joined us on the digital desk.
You know, I want to thank you for allowing me for having me today, and it's been a pleasure speaking with you and sharing this important information. And thank you for all that you're doing as well in supporting of veteran and military families. We appreciate you.
Okay, each year there are more than 111 million hackings in the U.S. Most happen because of weak passwords. At the end of last year, both Google and Apple decided to use something called passkey technology to update their phone and their web browser, and to see if this could prevent more cyber attacks or could prevent them completely. It was the subject of a Best Life report, and I want to give you now more insight on the difference between passwords and passkeys. Take a look.
Every 39 seconds, someone is a victim of a cyber attack. It's believed that passwords have become weaker security since hackers have become more advanced, and now passkeys might be our best bet for privacy. But do you know the difference between passwords and passkeys?
A passkey is a software token that's on your device. So you still have something you have to have, which is your phone, and it's enabled with biometrics like Touch ID or Face ID.
To see a demo of how passkeys work, go to webautHN.io. Type in a fake username, press register, then continue to save the passkey. Then to actually use the passkey you just created, press authenticate and continue. Then it'll scan your fingerprint or face and you're done. Central Florida Cybersecurity Officer David Zambri says that passkeys are better for protection, but it's not always available everywhere. So for the time being,
what I would recommend is a good username and password. And when I say a good password, it should be a long password, and it should be generated by a password generator.
Zambi says until passkeys are on all platforms, you can safely secure your login information to your account in an encrypted document on your device. With ways to live your best life, I'm Andrew Douglas, Action News 5. All right, tough news for Tennessee Titan fans. According to NFL receiver Treylon Burks, suffered an LCL sprain during a joint practice with the Vikings yesterday. Second-year pro had to be carted off the field to make the catch. Good news, he's only expected to miss a few weeks. Also good news, head coach Mike Vrabel is happy with the work his players have been getting in.
Talked about the different skill sets of players in this league, different schemes that we'll have to face throughout the season. And now, instead of having ourselves the game plan against or understand, and maybe having a little bit more time, now we just have 2 practices and then a game. So this is going to be some hands-on experience.
Yeah, the teams will practice again today, then have their exhibition game on Saturday night. Nike celebrating the late, great Kobe Bryant with a shoe in his honor. The company says it worked with Kobe's widow, Vanessa Bryant, to create this project. It starts August 23rd with the debut of Nike Kobe 8 Proto Halo, and after that, Nike will come up with a new release each year on Bryant's birthday. A Tennessee volunteer football player, Cody Blanc, is one of thousands of people who lost their homes when fires swept across the island of Maui in Hawaii. The death toll now up to 110, with only about 1/3 of the disaster searched. At least 1,300 are still unaccounted for. Sam Luther has more from our sister station in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Explosions in the site of fire hitting close to home for one East Tennessean.
As soon as I got done with school, I jumped on the first flight I could after graduating.
Cody Blanc is a Central High School graduate who was a wide receiver for the Vols from 2012 to 2015. Searching for a change of scenery, he moved to Hawaii and took a job at a jet ski company.
I went from the mountains and being kind of landlocked to surrounded by nothing but water and marine life.
This was the view from his home in Maui he used to have, compared to what it looks like today. Besides some clothes and a few smaller items he put in his car, everything he has is now gone.
And I walked around the property for maybe 10 minutes, drove through town, but I mean, it's hard to see.
Driving away from the flames while understanding what that meant for his home.
But as the sun went down, the flames got bigger. You could hear, propane tanks at houses and gas stations and cars and things starting to blow up.
He knew once the fire started, it would be almost impossible to contain.
We haven't had much rain this summer. Lahaina's a lot of old plantation-style buildings, which are all nothing but wood and basically like small little tin structures. I mean, it's a matchbox waiting to go.
While his home of 8 years is now gone, the VFL is thankful for his health and having a place to go in a time of need.
Just hanging here with family, appreciating making it out unscathed.
A luxury he understands many others in Hawaii don't have.
Job burnout is real. A new study by Asana looked at more than 10,000 workers across 7 countries and found 70% experienced job burnout in the last year. Burnout happens when the stress or the pressure from work reaches a tipping point, leading some people to take a mini retirement. Denitha Doe, the founder of the website Money and Mimosas, says that's an intentional break from a job, usually lasting somewhere between 3 months and a year.
Most folks are familiar with the term sabbatical, and they can be interchanged. I see sabbaticals as being covered by your place of employment, and at this time, not all employers offer sabbatical. I hope one day it becomes more of the norm and we all have access to this, but in the meantime, we've got mini retirements, which are self-funded. So the individual is funding their intentional career break.
She says there are 3 unusual signs that you may need a mini retirement. One is if you love your job, but you're lacking the motivation to complete tasks. The second is if you can't remember what you like to do for fun, especially women who take on careers while raising a family and they just never take time for themselves. Doe says a mini retirement doesn't necessarily mean quitting your job, but it depends on your employer. You may have to find a new job.
However, I'm starting to see more and more employers recognize the need for these intentional career breaks. So they may not fund your mini retirement. You may not be receiving payments, a salary during this time, but they may hold your job during your intentional break so that it's there once you're ready to return.
The third sign you might need a mini retirement, you start a side hustle or passion project and you just lack the follow-through because of stress or exhaustion. Doe says a mini retirement is an opportunity to readjust your lifestyle and find more joy and peace and fulfillment. With this, Watching Your Wallet, I'm Rachel DePompa.
One person is dead after a shooting involving an FBI agent in Henderson, Tennessee, outside of Jackson, Tennessee. The FBI released a statement saying they're reviewing an agent-involved shooting that occurred about 6:40 Wednesday morning. They say FBI SWAT was conducting an arrest operation. The subject is dead. The neighbors say the FBI was on the scene around 30 minutes before local law enforcement arrived.
I just got woke up about 6 o'clock in the morning. Heard a loud bang and then a couple more, and heard the loudspeakers come out with your hands up. We're the FBI, we're not going anywhere. And before I know it, come outside to see what was going on and watched them bust out the windows. And I reckon they got him in there.
Yeah, the FBI says they take all of these officer-involved shootings very seriously and that they have no more information and will not comment at this time. 2 men are dead after a shootout during a standoff in Clarksville on Tuesday. Investigators say they attempted to execute arrest warrants for 2 men accused of multiple aggravated burglaries. That's when police say the men barricaded themselves inside with a hostage. After hours of failed negotiations, officers say they broke in and the men began shooting.
They came in upstairs and there was gunshots. Rounds were fired and a couple actually went through my living room, and that's when I grabbed my son, I grabbed the mother of our kid too, and we all went to the bedroom closet. We hid in the back. We're pretty shaken up that something happened so close to home.
Yeah, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is reporting that the men were brothers. 4 officers and a hostage had non-life-threatening injuries. The incident is under investigation. There is a couple from Nashville that was on vacation in Alaska. They are now considered missing. Authorities in Fairbanks, Alaska say Jonas Barr and Cynthia Hovsepian never checked out of their vacation rental, missed their flight home. Authorities have not said where in Tennessee. Authorities have not said exactly where they went because they don't know, frankly. And what we understand is they were staying at the Chena Hot Springs Resort. That's where their vehicle was found. Their luggage was still in the rental. State troopers have been searching the area since Saturday with the help of several other agencies. If you're in for a bargain today is National Thrift Shop Day. Grocery store giant Aldi is buying roughly 400 Winn-Dixies in Harvey supermarket stores in the Southeast. The 400 stores are in Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, and Mississippi. Some of them will be converted to Aldi locations. Others will continue operating as Winn-Dixie and Harvey supermarket stores. Aldi's CEO, Jason Hart, says the acquisition will deliver quality products and lower prices to consumers. According to Aldi's new release, the deal is expected to close in the first half of 2024.
All right, Amanda Hansen here in the Action News 5 digital desk. So you finally found the apartment that you want. You can afford it. You have you've been accepted. You've filled out everything that you needed to. And the last thing you need to do, fill out your lease. Well, we have an expert here to talk more about some of the things you maybe need to keep in mind before you sign the dotted line. It is it's founder and CEO of Dwellzy, Jonas Bordeaux. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing great. Great to be here.
Well, I'm glad to have you on because I think this is something people here in the Mid-South are really interested to know about. We get emails and phone calls all the time about tenants that are upset with their landlords and they're not fixing this. You know, I don't have the AC's not repaired, and you know they're telling us we have to pay for this out of pocket. So let's kind of go through that checklist on what you need to do before you agree to a lease.
Well, you know, the first and most important thing that you really need to think about with the lease is this is a legal contract, and you actually have to read it. I know we're all conditioned these days. You know, we sign so many contracts in the course of just getting on the internet for 10 minutes. You accept contracts right, left, and center, and most of the time that has no consequences. But when you're signing a lease for an apartment or a rental house, that is a binding legal contract, and it can be really quite complex. I've seen leases that are 85 pages or longer. So there's a lot of details in there, and you really need to attempt to understand it. Some of the basics are, you know, how much are you actually going to have to pay? Some of the headline costs may not include some other expenses that are in there, so you really need to understand that. What are your renewal rights?
Welcome back.
What can you expect from the landlord in terms of repairs, as you mentioned, Amanda? You know, how's the landlord going to behave? A lot of that is written in the lease, so if you read the lease, you really understand that a lot better. If you don't, you're at a huge disadvantage.
On time.
Good advice, and like you said, some of those leases can be 80 pages
yeah,
long.
so I was just saying that, like,
through the process where you're
Cindy was like showing different
this
things, and then once she flipped the camera over, it's like you can't hear her.
So, like you said, reading that fine print,
and then I just said, hey, can you repeat what you said?
What they're going to be responsible for and whatnot.
You know, the microphone
and then I know
flipped,
at one point was talking about the acceleration.
So she just kind of walked with the camera there.
Can you talk about that and the importance of recognizing and paying attention to that as well?
But yeah, so it was fine.
Yeah, the acceleration clause
probably
could be a
don't know
real
anything
surprise
about
for
this Whitehaven
folks.
thing.
Sometimes you move into
So,
a place and it seems great,
nothing
and then you
confirmed
find out, lo and behold, the landlord's selling the place, and you have to be out in 30 days. That can be quite shocking for a lot of people. But so read the lease and look for a clause that says what happens if the landlord sells, or if the landlord wants you out for some reason. Do they have an acceleration clause in there that allows them to end the lease early under certain situations? Because you may think you're secure for 12 months or longer, but with an acceleration clause in there, your lease can end much faster. So that's a really important thing to look for.
There's also the whole thing about the landlord's right to enter your apartment, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that is, fundamentally you're renting a place, it's a landlord's place. They have some right to enter, not only for, things that you might not want them to do, but also just to do basic maintenance. And, sometimes there's things like replacing the HVAC filter that they need to do from time to time just to maintain the place. So there's generally rules in the lease about what the landlord's right of entry is, how much notice do they have to give you, what kind of repeated entry is allowed, what circumstances under which they're allowed. And generally it's quite specific in there about that. So if you know that and you understand that, that's going to stand you in good stead. And you'll be,
with the Midtown one?
much better able to deal with the landlord and the things that they have to do. If you don't, and you get frustrated with the landlord coming by, sometimes the landlord just needs to do the basics on your place, and other times the landlord really shouldn't be in there or is really bothering you if, for example, they're marketing the place or trying to re-rent it. It can be quite invasive. So understanding the lease, understanding what their rights are and what your rights are is really important to make sure you get along with your landlord in that situation.
Another thing that I thought was interesting was making sure you understand about whether or not you can sublet or Airbnb your rental, because I think a lot more people are doing that sort of thing now.
Yeah, no, rents are up a lot. I was just looking before this call, 3-bedroom house rents, which is a very popular rental type in Memphis, up almost 20% over the last year. And some people are saying, well, I'm going to be out of town, or I'm going to be staying at a friend's house for a couple of days. I'll just Airbnb it, and that'll help me make my rent. But that is a very specific thing that's called out in the lease most of the time as to whether you're allowed to not just sublet for short term, but sublet for long term. Say you take a job in another part of the country and you've got another 6 months left on your lease. Are you able to sublet it to somebody else, or are you on the hook for the balance of that lease? It's really important, again, to read the lease to understand that. And increasingly, landlords are allowing Airbnb activity in the house so long as it's done responsibly. But it's not the case everywhere, and a lot of landlords are still not allowing it. So again, understanding what your lease allows and how that's going to impact your ability to make rent. If you're counting on an extra $200, $300, $500 from Airbnb-ing your place in order to pay the rent, you got to make sure you're able to do that.
For sure. And like I said, it's so common. People are wanting to do that now. And like you said, with the rent, it's expensive to rent here in Memphis. And so, yeah.
It really is. $1,600 a month rent for a 3-bedroom house, that's almost $20,000 a year. Like, that is a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. That's why I finally decided to buy. So I'm in a home now, but I've been a renter for 10 plus years. So yeah, it's very expensive. Another thing I think is important that people need to make sure to look at is, what happens after their lease is over, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, absolutely. The end of the lease is a really important time for a bunch of reasons. Number one, you've got a security deposit on the hook. So you want to make sure you leave your place in good condition. You want to make sure you take some photographs of the place when you're moving in the original condition before you put a single piece of your furniture in or touch the place. And you send those over to your landlord so you have agreement on what the place looked like when you moved in. And then when you're moving out, take a look at those photos and understand what the difference is. If there's a couple of nail holes from putting up paintings and that sort of thing, that shouldn't be an issue. And there's always wear and tear. Carpet only lasts 3 or 4 years, that kind of thing. But if your dog has dug a hole in the carpet, or if something went wrong and there's a hole in the wall somewhere, you're going to be on the hook for that. So really understanding the condition of the place is important. And then understanding your notice requirements. Do you have to give 90 days notice, 60 days notice, 30 days notice? That'll tell you how far in advance you need to give that notice. And then there's a lot of rules around, what the inspections look like, how clean you have to leave the place, all of those sorts of things. So it's really, again, important to understand the lease and what the terms are around that, because you want to leave in good condition. And in a lot of cases, your new landlord will call your old landlord to find out how you were as a tenant in that home. And so you want that landlord to say nice things about you wherever possible. And you want to get your security deposit back for sure.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was where I was going next, is like, making sure you know how you're going to get your security deposit back. Is there going to be some sort of cleaning fee that's going to be automatically docked off from what your security deposit was? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, in the lease, there will be detailed description of how your security deposit is going to be handled. Most of the time, it's held by the landlord for the duration of the lease, and it is available to you, but not a guarantee that it's going to come back to you. And there's always, challenges on the margin with differences. Did that carpet really need to be replaced? Did that wall really need to be repainted? There's a lot of frustration in those details, but most of the time, it's pretty straightforward. If you can document that you are leaving the place in the same condition that you found it, you are entitled to get your security deposit back. The key is you have to have that documentation to make sure you're doing it. Most of the time, if you're renting from a big company, it can be fairly straightforward, although even there I've seen problems with disagreements between the landlord and the company that they're renting from. But with individual landlords, there's a lot of nuance and a lot of lack of understanding about how these things work. So really, make sure you have your act together just in case your landlord doesn't. Again, make sure you send those photos when you first move in about the condition to your landlord and you all agree. And then when you serve notice, do a walkthrough with the landlord and understand any issues. If you have the ability to do a little patching and painting, then go ahead and do that and talk to the landlord about what you're going to do. Always make sure you leave it as clean as possible when you go out. If you can do that yourself, that's great. Sometimes that means getting a cleaning crew yourself through. I guarantee you a cleaning crew you're going to find is probably going to be less expensive than a cleaning crew the landlord's going to use and charge you for. So make sure you really, tick and tie all those details.
Good point. All good information. And, I figured it would be an easy transition to say, like you said, you've read the lease, you went through it all, and you mentioned the rent in Memphis just being so high. Are there ways to negotiate your lease? Is that possible?
100%. And thank you so much for asking for that, because, so many folks don't realize they can negotiate their rent. You wouldn't buy a car without negotiating. Everybody's very conditioned to that experience. But it's exactly the same around the rent. And there's all kinds of different things you can get. And the most important thing is to really understand what you want and understand what the landlord wants. Say you need an extra parking space and the landlord has one. Maybe that's something you can negotiate for. Say you don't need the parking space for your unit and you can give that back and the landlord can rent that to somebody else. Maybe that's an opportunity to get a lower rent. Maybe you're handy and you want to, do some fix up stuff around the house, and that's something you enjoy. Well, that's a great skill set to have, and that's really valuable to the landlord, especially small landlords, because they often don't have the resources to do that effectively themselves. So if you can take on a portion of that, that's worth a lower rent in a lot of cases. So, again, understand what your landlord wants. Understand what you want and are able to contribute, and then try to find the middle ground where everybody benefits a little bit. And you can often save some serious money on the rent or get a few other things thrown in, free parking spot, an extra month of rent. There's all kinds of different things you could possibly ask for.
And I think a lot of times people don't even think that that's an option, that they can't negotiate, that they just have to sign the dotted line and what you see is what you got to pay. And so good stuff. I'm glad that we went through some of that. So anything else you want to make sure we mention before we let you go?
I think the key is just renting's a great choice for a lot of people, right? It gives you a lot of flexibility. You have more time in your day because you don't have to do maintenance of your own home. And in almost every market in the country, including Memphis, renting is cheaper than owning in most cases. So it's a great choice for a lot of people, and it's something to be celebrated to get your new rental home. The important thing is just to find the right place for you.
Jonas Bordeaux, CEO and founder of Dwellzy. This has been a great conversation. It's so informative and helpful. And I mean, it gives people that are renting right now something to think about. So I appreciate you and your time.
Amanda, thank you so much. And if your viewers want anything more, Everything Renting is now available in bookstores with a lot more details on this. So thank you.
All right, we're ready for high school football, right? We got Friday football fever coming up tomorrow, but here's the thing. Football season, that can be a little bit tricky when it comes to making sure that our athletes that are outside, the boys and girls, high school, that they're safe and safe from injury, not just injury, but also the environment, the temperatures too. Let's bring in Carla Kirkland, nurse practitioner with St. Francis Hospital in Memphis, to talk more about football safety practices and the heat, concussions, and that sort of thing. Carla, good morning to you. I guess the big thing, other than this week, because this week's been amazing in terms of the forecast, but we're going to have heated up temperatures next week and beyond. What's the biggest thing that football players need to do when they're out in the heat? Is it frequent breaks?
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Yes, we've been spoiled the last couple of days, but this is Memphis in the summertime, so we still have a lot of hot weather to go. Yes, during this time of year, they need to have been conditioning. They need to have frequent rest breaks and water breaks. Coaches need to evaluate the heat on the field, and TSSAA has policies regarding the heat and the heat index and how many rest breaks they need to have, if they need to cancel practice or have it indoors. But yes, students do need to hydrate more before practice, during practice, and all during the day after practice also.
Can you go over maybe some signs of when things aren't all that great? Signs of heat-related illness, let's just say.
Right. A lot of times when players start getting overheated, they may develop muscle cramps. If they are starting to slow down and cramping up really bad, they need to get into a shaded area, start hydrating a lot. If they start getting to where they're vomiting or getting confused or dizzy, having headaches, that may be more of a heat exhaustion. So they probably need to come out the rest of the practice, get into an air-conditioned area, really start cooling down, hydrating a lot more. The more dangerous sign is if they start becoming confused, maybe pass out, they stop sweating. That's more of a medical emergency, and the coaching team needs to start cooling them down. But call EMS and have them transported to a hospital for more intensive evaluation.
It's interesting, Carla. It's my son played for 5 years in football, and he was out there and the whole 9 yards with the heat and everything. But the stuff that really bothered him was some of the issues when it comes to concussions, because we all know that is a serious issue, and it looks like no matter what level you're competing with and competing in, concussions are getting more and more attention like they should. Can you go over maybe the issue with concussion safety and ways to make sure that if you do in fact suspect you have a concussion, ways to get through it all and get back to a normal feeling?
Right. I think we're learning more and more about the long-term dangers of concussions. And a concussion can be any forceful bump or blow or jolt to the head or neck or body that causes the brain to kind of rattle around in the skull. A player may have symptoms right off. They may have a headache or be confused or unsteady. And if that's the case, they need to come out of the game and be evaluated by a healthcare professional. For sure, if they have any loss of consciousness, they do not need to go back into the game. But some players don't have any symptoms until maybe a few days later. They may start having trouble concentrating or difficulty reading or studying. They may sleep more than usual or have difficulty sleeping. They may have persistent vomiting or nausea or vomiting. If that is the case, they really do not need to return to play until they are evaluated by their healthcare provider or a provider experienced in evaluating concussions. If they do go back into play before their symptoms have resolved and sustain another concussion on top of the first one, that can be very, very serious. And a player who could potentially just be out for a few days or a week or two at the most, if they get a second concussion on top of the first, may be out for the rest of the season. So they need to not try to be tough. They need to not try to play through it all. They need to really remember that safety is first and their health is first. They need to not be persuaded to go back to play in contact sports until they are evaluated and released, have signed authorization to return to play by their provider.
What are the biggest issues that you see from your vantage point when it comes to high school related football? Do you see a lot of heat related, illnesses? Do you see concussions? What do you see when it comes to football in the fall?
Probably more injuries. Maybe not concussions, but the sprains and strains and broken bones. Concussions every now and then. And just to remind you too, a concussion really doesn't show up on an X-ray. If someone is concerned, if they're really having an altered level of consciousness or persistent vomiting, they do need to be evaluated in an emergency room. But concussions do not show up on an X-ray. We can do a CAT scan to make sure that there is not any bleeding in the brain or skull fracture, but those concussions are more of a set of symptoms that are persistent and need to be watched.
Anything else, Carla, that we can touch on before we let you go with regards to this issue?
Probably with concussions, just the main big issue is to not play until the athlete has been thoroughly evaluated, their symptoms have completely resolved, and they have signed authorization from their healthcare provider that they are safe to return to contact sports.
Okay, Carla Kirkland, nurse practitioner, St. Francis Hospital in Memphis. We appreciate your deep dive into football safety and what parents and athletes can do to just kind of prevent any kind of either heat-related or injuries on the football field. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now let's get a check of our forecast with meteorologist Patrick Ellis.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as the Action News 5 First Alert weather app, as well as all of our digital properties. Of course, also Action News 5 Plus 5.5. Here we go with our forecast. A beautiful day of weather expected across the area today, starting off in the 60s on our way to the middle and upper 80s. And that's still below average for this time of the year, but do not get used to it. This morning felt fantastic. This afternoon gets a little toastier than the last few days as warmer air begins to invade the region. Temperatures on our way to the middle and upper 80s this afternoon, near 90 in Little Rock, upper 80s in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, lower 80s up towards Cape Girardeau, and middle 80s out towards Fayetteville, Arkansas. But we'll be watching to the north. A frontal boundary approaching us could have a few clouds sneaking through the skies overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning. That could keep our temperatures buoyed just a little bit to the upper 60s and lower 70s starting off on your Friday. That will actually usher in a little push of drier air taking us into your Friday. But needless to say, that's going to allow for our temperatures to come up a couple of extra notches, up to near 90 degrees here in Memphis, 92 in Oxford, upper 80s elsewhere as we go through the afternoon hours of your Friday. Lots of clear sky action. Will drop through the 60s to start off on your Saturday morning, back through the low 90s through the afternoon hours, and that heat cranking up out west, that's heading in our direction. That'll take us into the middle and latter portion of the weekend. So we'll go 92 for a high for the weekend, for Saturday at least. By Sunday, we go up to 96, mostly sunny, hot and trending a bit muggier. It's all thanks to a ridge of high pressure that is going to be working its way eastward over the next few days. And the core of it, at least through the weekend, stays just west of the Action News 5 coverage area. But by the time we head into the end of the forecast period, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, that core of the ridge starts to shift farther eastward and eventually comes over the Mississippi River Valley, heading towards the mid portion of next week. So that pushes our temperatures up in a big way during that same time frame. I want you to stay weather-aware anytime on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Upon the 7-day, pretty quiet the next couple of days. Not much in the way of rain opportunities here in the next few days. 87 the high today, 90 tomorrow, low 90s on Saturday. Here comes the middle 90s, and the middle 90s then go even higher. Keep in mind, we're likely staying dry for a good chunk of the next 7 to 10 days, in the very least 10 days, with very limited opportunities for a shower or thunderstorm. No appreciable rainfall in any definite sense coming in the forecast. So as we go through these days ahead, getting past this quieter weather, this drier weather, we're going to see the soil begin to dry out, which will then in turn help to warm up our atmosphere quicker, because the sun heats the ground, which then in turn heats the air. So the drier both of those elements are, the ground and the air, the quicker and more efficient the air mass is going to warm up. So that's looking to be more likely that we'll be in the middle to some upper 90s as we head towards the start of next week, and probably upper 90s, trying to get close to 100 by the middle and latter portion of next week. So take care of the heat. Of course, enjoy the cooler weather while we have it, even though we're starting to creep up here starting on your Thursday.
Okay, the Biden administration wants to erase the debt of more than 800,000 student loan borrowers, but who is eligible? Consumer investigator Carice Jackman found out.
The Biden administration is giving student loan forgiveness another go after the Supreme Court struck down the president's debt relief plan.
I believe the court's decision to strike down my student debt relief program was a mistake, was wrong.
I would just say that President Biden is committed to fighting for borrowers. He is doing everything that he can to deliver relief to as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. He's not going to stop fighting.
Rachel Thomas, senior communications advisor at the White House, says President Biden and the Department of Education recently announced that 804,000 borrowers are eligible for $39 billion in student relief. Thomas says it's part of a one-time account adjustment to address past failures in the student loan program. This new program will benefit borrowers who have been in income-driven repayment plans and paying for 20 to 25 years. The Department of Education is now in the process of notifying borrowers their remaining debt will be forgiven.
If borrowers are eligible for this relief, they will get emails from federal student aid. Those are the emails that will notify them that they're eligible for relief without doing anything.
Thomas says borrowers who are eligible for this relief do not have to take any action, warning that scammers are constantly trying to take advantage of announcements from the federal government.
So I'd encourage borrowers who do receive these emails to make sure that it says you don't have to take any action to get this relief. Borrowers should always be aware of scammers, never share their personal information or passwords with any entities. They can also go to studentaid.gov to make sure that their contact information is the most up to date, so they can be directly contacted by federal student aid.
So before you respond to a student loan text or a random phone call, make sure you check the source to see where it's coming from and be wary of any aggressive advertising language. With this Watching Your Wallet, I'm Carice Jackman.
All right, when it comes to exercise, we all like to exercise, right? What happens if you exercise too much? Is that okay? Is that all right? I mean, you would think so, right? The CDC recommends 150 minutes of moderate intensity exercise each week, 2 days of muscle strengthening each week. But you know those people that just live in the gym, they take their exercise to the next level? Well, that could have a negative impact on their hearts. It was the subject of today's Best Life Report. Check it out.
Endurance athletes, you know, the cross-country skiers, swimmers, people who do the marathon, and bikers, they've seen a slight increase in atrial fibrillation as they get to middle age.
Atrial fibrillation, or AFib, is an abnormal heart rhythm. A healthy heart beats 60 to 100 times a minute. A heart with AFib can beat 140, 170, even 190 times per minute. And new research discovered that years of heavy training may contribute to an increased risk of developing AFib.
The problem with atrial fibrillation is it puts you at risk for having a stroke because it's such a disorganized rhythm.
The reason? Over time, exertion not only strengthens our hearts, but remodels it.
The atrial fibrillation is generated from the left atrium. And so when you have a remodeling of that, it makes the left atrium a little bit bigger. You might form some scar tissue, and it makes them more prone to having atrial fibrillation.
The study published in the Clinical Journal of Sports Medicine found out of 942 long-time endurance athletes, 20%, almost all middle-aged men, had AFib. 3% suffered a stroke, and swimmers were at a higher risk, but doctors warn not to overreact. This isn't an excuse not to exercise.
Low to moderate intensity exercise is always good for you, and actually it reduces your risk of atrial fibrillation.
But what this study does suggest, nobody is immune to cardiac concerns no matter how fit they feel.
You want to make sure you pay attention to sudden heart palpitations or shortness of breath, especially during exercise. Also, if you have unexplained declines in performance, you might want to keep your smartwatch for any spikes in your heart rate. Something to keep in mind. All right, well, let's talk a little bit about Dolly Parton, shall we? The Tennessee legend, country music icon, added another state in her Imagination Library program. She was in Washington State this week to celebrate giving books to kids in the Pacific Northwest. She came bringing gifts on what Lieutenant Governor Danny Heck helped proclaim Imagination Library of Washington Day. The music icon reminisced about her father and how he inspired her to start this program.
My dad was a wonderful man, and he had 12 kids, and he was such a good dad, such a good provider. But Daddy, like a lot of the people in those rural areas in the mountains, didn't get a chance to get an education. So Daddy couldn't read and write, and it kind of troubled him. And it just, I thought, now that I'm in a position, I'm going to do something. And me and my dad's going to make a difference.
And she certainly has. She started the Imagination Library in 1995, and since then she has given children more than 200 million books. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. We've been talking a lot about back to school season. It's certainly upon us. There are some school districts that are already back in class this week. And as the weeks go by, more and more school districts will be back in the class. And then about a month from now, you're going to have the fall of college universities across Memphis and the Mid-South. They're going to be going back to school right now. And there are some conversations that most likely you want to have, perhaps you need to have, or maybe you haven't thought about having before your child steps foot on their college campus. Let's bring in someone to talk more about those tough conversations you need to have with your child. I'm joined now by David McGee. He is the author and creator of the William McGee Institute for Student Wellbeing at the University of Mississippi. And David, I appreciate you joining us this morning. What is the number one thing that parents should talk to their children before they step on foot of a college campus? Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, in this day and age, and this is such an important conversation you're having, all parents need to listen. And it goes all the way down to middle school, frankly, students. Pills can kill. And these students today have grown up in an era that you can swallow a pill for anything. They think maybe it was their friend's prescription. The truth is, most of these pills they'll call Adderall or Xanax that are traded, they're counterfeit. And often they have fentanyl and they're deadly. And we see that play out all over the Mid-South.
Tell us about the, I have to say, and full disclosure here, I have a son who is starting at the University of Mississippi this weekend. He's actually doing a summer intersession there, taking 3 weeks and then starting the fall semester. So hotty toddy to you, and I guess to him as well. But tell me about the William McGee Institute for Student Wellbeing. I know it's relatively new.
Yeah, it is. And so I lost a son. My son, William, was an honors college student at Ole Miss, and he ran track, made it all the way to the SEC outdoor track and field championships in the 400 hurdles. But he self-medicated, and he died of an accidental drug overdose. I myself battled addiction and am in recovery, but we have another son who nearly died and is now 11 years sober, and a daughter who battled eating disorder and is in recovery. So we suffered loss. But what we've seen is that if we can reach students earlier, meet them where they are, help them understand help is available, they can thrive and find their joy they deserve. So we got the William McGee Center opened at Ole Miss, and then the Institute followed. The center works with students on the Ole Miss campus around well-being, substance issues. The Institute's doing work in schools around the Mid-South, even the country, beginning the conversation of, okay, we teach students algebra earlier because we know they need it. What do we need to teach them about their brain, their feelings, how they process emotions, rather than self-medicate? Self-medication ultimately always steals your joy. It does not work.
You mentioned pills that can kill and some of the issues associated with that. And you list, in fact, 5 tough conversations to have with your child before they head off to college. Number 1, pills can kill. Let's go through the list a little bit and go in depth on the 5.
Great. Number 2. Oh man, this is so important, particularly for young men. We find marijuana today isn't your grandmother's marijuana. And we can laugh about that, but it's a fact. Marijuana today is 400% and 500% stronger than it was 20 years ago. It's highly addictive. Most parents don't realize this. I didn't. My sons were using it habitually. I thought it wasn't addictive. That led them into drug dealer relationships who were then selling them pills. Marijuana was paralyzing them. Students today often vape marijuana, which then gets it at potency far in advance of the 400% to 500% stronger. The other thing is you really got to understand, number 3 is today's addict doesn't look like the picture of the disheveled guy on the street corner. Today's addict, particularly at a college campus, very likely may be your roommate, a social member organization, friend. It could be you. Young people don't know how to recognize the signs because so many of their peers are doing the very same thing. So it's important for parents to look for the signs. Are they missing classes? Are they having trouble hanging on to money? Are they not looking you in the eye? The other thing is we have to help students understand, number 4 is self-medication isn't the answer to joy. The studies are clear, but you can cultivate your own joy. And the studies show if we're getting 8 or more hours asleep a night as we need, rest, the outdoors, walking sends blood to your brain. And if you're feeling depressed, a walk and some sunshine is almost like some instant lift. And number 5, you have to understand, parents and students, if you need help, it works. Get it. Anxiety, depression, aloneness, marijuana addiction. It works. It can take some time, but there is no shame in that. And you're not alone. Many of us have been there. And I don't want to bury your children or your neighbor's children. And I've done too much of that, starting with my own.
Wow, that really hits on a number of different issues. And when you tell people about these 5 things that you mentioned, the tough conversations you should have, what has been the reaction from parents and students? I'm curious.
Yeah, so it's been so robust, first from students, honestly, because I'm having a frank conversation that they welcome because they're suffering. Then it's getting me in schools all across the country. Then parents started inviting me, and we were seeing crowds of 200. I was at Christian Brothers School in Memphis. I've been there twice. We had 200 plus parents show up. So actually, I turned that talk into this book I've got coming out this week called Things Have Changed. I didn't really plan on writing a guidebook, but what I found is parents don't have this information. They don't know how to talk to their children. They don't know how things have changed. So I just rolled it up in a guidebook, and now I'll go do the tour in Memphis and beyond all over the country, continuing to spread this gospel.
You mentioned on a number of different levels, things have changed from, say, 20, 30 years ago when we were in college, for example. What would you say is the biggest change and the biggest surprise for parents when you talk about the changes?
I think for parents, the biggest surprise for them is how much their teens and college students are struggling, because they're making A's and they've been on a starter on the travel team and they're homecoming queen or this or that. But they're struggling with suicidal ideation and depression and aloneness. it has changed so much. We don't understand yet fully what's happening in this social media era. What we got to know is this generation of students, they're the first ones to come along, born into the iPhone, born into social media apps. And the studies are clear. It's tinkering with their emotions and their mind, how they see themselves, how they view others. Something is happening, and it's bigger than COVID. And parents are going to have to dig into. What I say is you got to start having open-ended conversations with your teens. You got to quit telling them how they should feel and what they should do. And you have to ask them, how do you feel?
This is a very interesting conversation and something that needs to be had, certainly. I mean, mental health is something that we constantly talk about for young adults and for teens out there. I mean, it is paramount. You're absolutely right. And certainly screen time and phones and computers are contributing to some of the problems out there. Anything else you want to mention that you haven't touched on, David, that you feel is important with this conversation?
I'd say to parents, you do what I did, which is take a look in the mirror yourself. And I don't say that in a judgmental way. When I looked at myself in the mirror, when I thought my children were struggling, I realized that I had picked up and adapted new habits. And when I addressed those habits, my children responded in accord. Unfortunately, we lost William, but my other two children now are years successful in recovery. And I needed to look in the mirror. I wanted my children to look up to me as a role model. Well, I achieved that. They did. And what I learned is they were watching my every behavior, cracking a drink open at 5 every night, self-medicating myself, you know. And what I would say to parents is, look, I mean, this life is short. You want the best out of it yourself. It never hurts to do that checkup, that self-assessment. Every moment is a new beginning, and that better is just waiting for that first step in that direction.
And, you know, not only the William McGee Institute for Student Wellbeing is on the Ole Miss campus, but I believe most colleges, if not all of them, have some sort of wellness center where students can go if they need that help. It's so important that the parents and the student know that there always is a place that can offer help and assistance in this crazy time where things, as you say, things have changed a lot. David McGee, I really appreciate this conversation. It's so valuable. It's so important to the thousands of people that join us on the digital desk here. Thanks very much. God bless you and your family. I know it's tough to talk about these things, but I know you're helping people at the same time. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys helping us spread the message, and thanks for the work you do.
Okay, Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Good morning to you. There are so many reasons to purchase a home right now. It continues to be home ownership. Continues to be the catalyst for Americans to bring generational wealth. So let's talk about some of the trends that we are seeing right now in the real estate market. We have Jessica Lotz, Deputy Chief Economist, Vice President of Research of the National Association of Realtors. She is joining us on the digital desk. Jessica, good morning to you. What trends are agents currently seeing when it comes to real estate, both buying and selling? Good morning.
Good morning. It's good to be here. So right now it's a really interesting market. We do see that we have incredibly low housing inventory, and there's a lot of housing demand from consumers who've been waiting on the sidelines trying to find that perfect home. As a result, because of that, we're seeing that home sellers are typically receiving 3 offers, and they're often receiving multiple bid situations that are pushing the asking price of the home. A third of home sellers are receiving more than the asking price of that home.
That is amazing. Wow. Okay. So I know that the National Association of Realtors recently released a second quarter Metro home prices report. Can you give us some insights on that report for us?
So what we're seeing in your local area is we're actually seeing that home prices are flat on an annual basis. There's actually no change to home prices year over year. I have to say, though, that this is actually an encouraging sign for home buyers who may have seen interest rates go up in recent months, who really want to find a home and had seen home prices actually skyrocketing within your state because of the strong interest to move to the state of Tennessee. It's actually one of the most popular states in the nation to move to. So home prices in your local area pushing up to $288,000.
I love that. I mean, I love that. I think that's great. And you know, usually we all know this, that purchasing a home is typically the largest financial transaction a person will experience in their lifetime. You mentioned the return on investment for middle income for those people that you mentioned in Tennessee. Can you tell us maybe some overall trends over the last decade for those middle income homeowners? What are we seeing in terms of their trends?
Absolutely. So for middle income homeowners, and this is the typical price home, the typical homeowner stays in their home for about 10 years. And what we actually see is that they gain $200,000 in housing wealth. Now, we know that each local area could be different, but that's a tremendous amount of housing wealth to move on to their next property, to have retirement savings for, to even tap so that their young children in the future could actually buy their next home as well.
So I'm curious, we know interest rates have gone a little bit higher, certainly higher than a year ago, and a housing inventory shortage. I mean, what are you giving your clients looking to buy a home in this market?
Right. It is very difficult right now when we see interest rates close to 7%, especially knowing how low they had been in the recent past. And that's difficult both for home buyers to actually understand what they can afford today versus what they could have afforded a year ago. But it's important to note, too, that we do expect that interest rates are going to go down towards the end of the year. And as we expect that interest rates will go down, there's going to be more competition in the marketplace. So right now could be that more favorable market for that potential buyer. For sellers, though, they also could be saying, I'm just going to stay put. Maybe I'll remodel because I don't want to actually move as interest rates are at this higher rate now.
Are there any resources for home buyers or potential home buyers that they can use to make the right decision? We have thousands of people that join us each and every morning, and I know that they'd want to go online perhaps to check out a place and maybe do their own research.
Absolutely. Check out Realtor.com. You can find a local expert who can help you navigate this home buying process, which can be very complicated today, and they can help you navigate your local area.
Okay, Jessica Lotz, Deputy Chief, I should say, Economist, Vice President of Research for the National Association of Realtors. We really appreciate your time this morning. Very informative, very interesting, and something that I know is going to make a lot of people happy this morning. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as the Action News 5 First Alert weather app, as well as all of our digital properties. Of course, also Action News 5 Plus 5.5. Here we go with our forecast. A beautiful day of weather expected across the area today, starting off in the 60s on our way to the middle and upper 80s. And that's still below average for this time of the year, but do not get used to it. This morning felt fantastic. This afternoon gets a little toastier than the last few days as warmer air begins to invade the region. Temperatures on our way to the middle and upper 80s this afternoon, near 90 in Little Rock, upper 80s in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, lower 80s up towards Cape Girardeau, and middle 80s out towards Fayetteville, Arkansas. But we'll be watching to the north. A frontal boundary approaching us could have a few clouds sneaking through the skies overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning. That could keep our temperatures buoyed just a little bit to the upper 60s and lower 70s starting off on your Friday. That will actually usher in a little push of drier air taking us into your Friday. But needless to say, that's going to allow for our temperatures to come up a couple of extra notches, up to near 90 degrees here in Memphis, 92 in Oxford, upper 80s elsewhere as we go through the afternoon hours of your Friday. Lots of clear sky action will drop through the 60s to start off on your Saturday morning, back through the low 90s through the afternoon hours, and that heat cranking up out west, that's heading in our direction. That'll take us into the middle and latter portion of the weekend. So we'll go 92 for a high for the weekend, for Saturday at least. By Sunday, we go up to 96, mostly sunny, hot and trending a bit muggier. It's all thanks to a ridge of high pressure that is going to be working its way eastward over the next few days. And the core of it, at least through the weekend, stays just west of the Action News 5 coverage area. But by the time we head into the end of the forecast period, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, that core of the ridge starts to shift farther eastward and eventually comes over the Mississippi River Valley, heading towards the mid portion of next week. So that pushes our temperatures up in a big way during that same time frame. I want you to stay weatherware anytime on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Upon the 7-day, pretty quiet the next couple of days. Not much in the way of rain opportunities here in the next few days. 87 the high today, 90 tomorrow, low 90s on Saturday. Here comes the middle 90s, and the middle 90s then go even higher. Keep in mind, we're likely staying dry for a good chunk of the next 7 to 10 days, in the very least 10 days, with very limited opportunities for a shower or thunderstorm. No appreciable rainfall in any definite sense coming in the forecast. So as we go through these days ahead, getting past this quieter weather, this drier weather, we're going to see the soil begin to dry out, which will then in turn help to warm up our atmosphere quicker, because the sun heats the ground, which then in turn heats the air. So the drier both of those elements are, the ground and the air, the quicker and more efficient the air mass is going to warm up. So that's looking to be more likely that we'll be in the middle to some upper 90s as we head towards the start of next week, and probably upper 90s, trying to get close to 100 by the middle and latter portion of next week. So take care of the heat. Of course, enjoy the cooler weather while we have it, even though we're starting to creep up here starting on your Thursday.
Restaurant, and they would go out whatever they call it.
All right, 75 years is a long time for any business to be in operation, but when it comes to the restaurant industry, 75 years is a true testament. Just ask the family behind Pete and Sam's famous Italian restaurant in Memphis. They'll be celebrating 75 years, that milestone next month. Kim Clark focused on Pete and Sam's in this 5-star story.
We've been making barbecue pizza for probably close to 70 years now.
And that's almost as long as co-owner Sam Bomarito's family has been filling Memphians' tummies with traditional Italian cuisine. Sam and Michael Bomarito's father, Sam, opened Pete and Sam's 75 years ago after a stint in the Army Air Corps.
In 1948, my father, unemployed at the time, was trying to find something to do. He teamed up with my cousin, Pete Romeo, opened up a restaurant.
But according to the Bomarito brothers, Pete Romeo got out of the business after only 6 months.
Pete Romeo came from Chicago. He's like, Sam, this town is dead. I can't handle it. Going back to Chicago, got his $2,000 or $3,000 investment back. Pete went back.
The Pete and Sam sign, however, remained.
Sam kept it going. Didn't have the money to change the sign, so it stayed Pete and Sam.
The first restaurant was near the airport and grew from there, moving into the current location on Park Avenue in 1960, a true family business.
We grew up kind of restaurant rats. We ran around quite a bit in the restaurant, whether it was out front in the dishwasher area or getting in the way in the kitchen or taking money out front in the old days with the cash register. You got a front counter up there. I used to sleep under that thing. He would be here 2, 3 in the morning. I'd be 8, 9 years old.
The brothers also learned not only how to run a restaurant, but also how to make it successful.
It goes back to quality and consistency. That was one of my dad's always mottos, that consistency is a habit. He developed a relationship with his customers. They would have families. Their kids would come in. They would have families. They'd bring their kids in, so it built up from that.
Some of those relationships included famous diners, like Elvis, who was a regular.
My uncle would go to Graceland. He'd play racquetball with Elvis.
In addition to Italian recipes passed down from generation to generation, like spaghetti, lasagna, Italian spinach, and more.
We make our own ravioli in-house. We have a machine that we bought about close to 40 years ago.
Pete and Sam's menu also includes a variety of traditional American favorites, like seafood, steaks, even fried chicken.
Jerry Lawler loves our fried chicken. He'll vouch for it.
The brothers have added newer, more modern items to the menu, but they say some things will never change.
Our menu from today is pretty much the same menu from the 50s. So it's not broke. We're not going to fix it.
Take one of Pete and Sam's more famous menu items, the barbecue pizza.
We smoke all of our barbecue in-house for about 12 hours. We put it on at night before we leave and let it cook until 10 or 12 o'clock the next day.
The Memphis favorite has also been featured on the Food Network's Food Paradise and The Best Thing I Ever Ate. And I can attest, it's delightful. Oh my God. The brothers Bomarito also take pride in making sure everything is freshly made in their kitchen, from rolling their own meatballs to making their own sauces.
Very prideful of it. My father started this a long time ago. He loved it. I worked with him. I had the privilege of working with him. I saw the love that he put into this place, and that's what we're trying to continue on. We all love the restaurant business. My brother's in it, and we have a lot of family still working here, and we enjoy it. We have a long-standing relationship with a lot of families and multi-generations. We have several families that have 4 generations that have been dining with us.
Pete and Sam's, a family tradition that makes us proud to see and eat.
I'm just really proud of what we have here, and I just want to keep doing it, do it every day.
Kim Clark, Action News 5.
Oh man, I'm in the mood for Italian food after seeing that Pete and Sam's story. Wow. So the brothers say their father once owned 7 Pete and Sam locations, including one in Nashville, during the early years of that family business that started back in 1948. Last standing location, of course, as you saw, the Park Avenue location, open 7 days a week, has a party room that can accommodate up to 100 people for special occasions. And of course, Pete and Sam's, they plan to celebrate the 75th anniversary the first week in September. All right, let's go to the Memphis community of Westwood right now, beautifying the 901 one mural at a time. That is, one artist from Westwood is doing that. Taylor Tucker spoke to that artist, who says his artwork goes beyond the paint.
At the intersection of Rains and Doubletree, you'll find a large and cheerful mural depicting the heritage of Westwood.
The pride that I take in doing my work is I can tell stories that people don't necessarily see when they come through some of these communities and they drive by. They don't kind of know the history of some of these places they're going through, and sometimes I'm able to show them.
Tony Hawkins is an urban storyteller. Dedicating his life to art, the Westwood artist uses his artistic talent to tell stories and messages.
Showcasing excitement, showcasing a rich history, and it's about being prideful.
This mural is the story of the Westwood Marching Band, a staple in the community.
They were going to some places that you just didn't see people from your neighborhood, at. And I can't tell you how many people have stopped their car and like, man, I was in this band. Is that me? I just tell everybody, yeah, that's you, that's you.
In fact, when I stopped by, one resident couldn't hold back his praise.
Love this mural, respect this mural, and please don't sabotage it with a lot of whole scribble, hibble, 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 hibble. Nobody want to see that. Look at this talent.
The Westwood mural is one of many pieces Hawkins has around the city. But as a Westwood native, he says putting artwork into his community serves an even greater purpose.
It's about a message. It's about telling a message. It's about showing an emotion. And it's about having that reinforcement so that when young people come and they see me as a young black person that's out here doing this work, this is my full-time job, it's a company, they see that and it's a positive image. I want them to get messages when they see this artwork.
In Memphis, Taylor Tucker, Action News 5.
Okay, check out the cover of the Memphis Flyer on newsstands right now. You can see how do we fix the MPD. You see it right there. That is the cover of the Memphis Flyer right now. How do we fix the MPD? As the Department of Justice investigates, the Memphis Police Department, new approach to public safety are emerging. New approaches there. Let's bring in the author of that article, Chris McCoy from the Memphis Flyer, Memphis Magazine, joining us on the digital desk. Chris, I feel like we had this conversation a couple of months back. What do we do when it comes to the crime in the city of Memphis? So where do we start? Like when you're covering this story, which has so many different tangents, so many different rabbit holes you could go down, how do you begin covering this story?
Wow. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Yeah, it's hard. I did a lot of research going to write this story. I did a lot of interviews as well. I heard from a lot of people in the community after the first one. So yes, you were right. Back in May, I wrote a story called What's Wrong with the MPD? And that got a lot of good response from people and also attracted attention from MLK 50, which is another online news organization here in Memphis that was founded by Wendy Thomas back, I think, 2017. But we decided, the Memphis Flyer and MLK 50 decided that we were going to do a series about this in the lead up to the mayoral election, a series about public safety, which is, seems to be emerging as the dominant issue in the election. And with this story, it's the last one. The last story I wanted to point out the problems that have not been spoken about, I feel like, enough. The failures of the Memphis Police Department are a big part of the crime problem that we're experiencing. And so in the last story that was back in May, I reported that the TBI had released a crime report for 2021. And at that point, the Memphis Police Department's clearance rate, which is the ratio of crimes reported to arrests made, was 22%. And in the time between that story and this story, the TBI released their 2022 report. And that clearance rate, the police's clearance rate, has fallen from 22% to 18%. So that means that fewer than 1 in 5 crimes that are reported to the Memphis Police Department result in arrest. And that doesn't even count like guilty or innocent or whatever. There's just no arrest made. And, that's a big problem. That's considerably below the national average. The Nashville Police Department, for example, has a clearance rate of 25%, which is not great, but it's better than 18%. And the police department takes up 39% of our budget, of our city budget, $280+ million a year. And they're just not succeeding at their job. And for a lot of people, this says that we need to take a new approach. We need to at least consider new approaches towards public safety and crime prevention. I spoke with Josh Spickler, for example, from Just City, who is a nonprofit that's devoted to criminal justice reform. And he, one of the things he said was that maybe we should reorganize the entire department. We should have a Department of Public Safety that includes the police and the fire department, and also a lot of other stuff. There's no reason that we should be sending armed people to do wellness checks, for example, or to deal with some of the homeless problems that we have, or people who are clearly mentally ill and need intervention. Literally while I was writing this story, 2 blocks north of my house, there was another incident where a person was killed by police. Well, we're not entirely sure because that report is still under investigation. But somebody died. A 19-year-old man died in custody of the police, and his parents said that he was mentally ill. And so this is an ongoing problem. And the Justice Department, the U.S. Department of Justice, has also realized this. They opened an investigation into the standards and practices of the Memphis Police Department last month. And a lot of people believe that this is going to be an opportunity to have a reckoning. And the fact that the police, that we're still seeing people dying on the street, even while the police department is under federal investigation. I mean, that just shows you how broken the entire situation is. And, as the folks I talked to and the research I did just really indicates that we just need to rethink this the entire issue. And we need creative thinking, and we just need to follow the data and follow what works. And that's not what we're doing right now.
What I do like to see, and I appreciate your article. It gives a lot of different perspectives. You mentioned Josh Spickler, and you mentioned others. I see Justin J. Pearson there, on the upper left, also on the cover. Because you're right. It's a very complicated issue. And there's so many different areas you can go. What I do like in this election cycle, Chris, is the fact that mayoral candidates are talking about it. And I would love for whatever next forum is going to happen, for whoever that forum leader is, to press them on details. Like, what is your plan here? How do we solve this issue? Because I think people are waiting for it.
Well, I hope so, because I have good news for you. MLK 50 and the Flyer are doing a series on this, like I said. And one of the things we're doing is we did a poll where we asked people, our readers, to send us the questions that they would want to ask all the mayoral candidates if they had a chance. And we got better than 150 responses altogether. And frankly, I figured that we would get a lot of not good responses and a few gems, but the problem has been we've had so many good questions come in from the readers, and so we're in the process right now of boiling those responses down to about 10 or 12 questions, and we're going to take it to as many of the mayoral candidates as we can. We're going to ask them all the same questions, and then we're going to publish all of their responses in a couple of weeks before the election in late September. And these questions are going to be focused on crime and public safety. You know, we're also trying to think of it like a lot of the people that I spoke with and the research that I did, you know, think of this as a part of a bigger problem. Don't concentrate it on just the crime, because obviously concentrating on just the crime and saying we're going to crack down on and get tough on crime has not worked. Mayor Strickland ran on that for his reelection 4 years ago. He said that's what he was going to do, and it hasn't worked. It's been the opposite of working. So the city needs change. I think a lot of people believe that. And we need to think seriously about how that's going to happen.
Chris McCoy from the Memphis Flyer, Memphis Magazine, writing the cover story of this week's Memphis Flyer. You can pick it up now on newsstands. It is there. It is also on memphisflyer.com. How do we fix the MPD as the Department of Justice investigates the Memphis Police Department? New approaches to public safety are emerging. Anything else before we let you go that you want to mention about the article and your reporting and gathering?
Well, I will say, to end on a bit of a higher note, not to be a complete bummer, the thing that I saw and that I wrote about in this piece that brings me some hope is the approach of violence intervention. And I spoke to 3 different groups in Memphis who are practicing violence intervention. Susan Deathan from Youth Villages, Kay Darrell Cowan from Heal 901, and also Jimmy Johnson, who is a former police officer, 12-year veteran police officer, who now runs the city's group violence intervention program. And there's research that suggests that this approach works. And the stories that I heard from them that also suggest that it's working. And these programs are very young. But what they will do is they have, like, for example, the Heal 901 people are in one specific target area in South Memphis, where they are, when they hear rumblings of a conflict between groups, between the gangs or crews or just families or whatever, they go in there and they try to diffuse the conflict. You know, the example that Mr. Cowan gave us was, you know, they tell people, look, you know, you have kids, you have people that you support. You don't need to be out seeking revenge, trying to shoot people, you know. And since the gun control thing is obviously a big part of this, if we can't control the amount of guns on our street and that people have, then we're going to have to control the way people use them. Control is not the right word. We're going to have to help people make the decision to not use those guns and not be violent. And these approaches have been working. It's still very early, but the results are very promising. And I found it encouraging that the group violence intervention program is city sponsored. They have a $2.1 million budget. So I feel like, you know, the authorities, the powers that be, the police even, are taking this approach seriously. And we need to see more of that kind of creative thinking in the future if we're going to get out of this hole we've dug ourselves into.
It's certainly a big hole and something that needs to be fixed. I think everyone can agree on that. And I enjoy your signs of hope in the article as well. Chris McCoy with the Memphis Flyer, Memphis Magazine. We really appreciate the discussion every time you come on the digital desk. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Want to switch gears now and talk to many of those viewers that are watching both on Facebook and our digital platforms, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and Roku, about the job-seeking market and how to get your LinkedIn profile specifically up to where it needs to be. Amp it up a little bit so that it grabs those employers and says, hey, look at me. Hire me, consider me for this next job. Let's bring in the Senior VP of Marketing for Recruiter.com, Angela Copeland, joining us. Angela, welcome back. How are you?
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Yes, I appreciate you joining us. And let's talk about that market out there. So the last time we talked to you was several months ago, and you told us it was really a job seekers market. Is that still the same? And from your perspective, and how important is that LinkedIn profile these days?
It's a great question. You know, the market continues to be very exciting right now. You know, things are really changing. As you've seen, some big companies have had layoffs, things are changing. But we actually do a poll each month called the Recruiter Index. And we found for our latest poll that sentiment is up among both job seekers and recruiters. And as you know, the unemployment rate continues to be relatively low, considering everything going on in the market. So I think it's a great time to continue looking, and LinkedIn is a great place to start.
You know, so many of us have LinkedIn profiles, and a lot of times, you know, we're unsure exactly, at least I am, of what to exactly post on LinkedIn. I mainly contain it to professional skills, professional workplace, not something that's silly. That, you know, I'll put that on other social media platforms, but only strictly with work-based stuff do I put on LinkedIn. Am I doing right? What's the best way to really enhance your LinkedIn profile?
Yes, you are. So first of all, I hear from lots of job seekers who say, do I really have to do LinkedIn? Is it really that important? And yes, it is, especially if you have a job that's kind of a desk job. LinkedIn is critical. And I agree with you. Social things are meant for Facebook. LinkedIn is for professional. You know, LinkedIn has a lot of different uses. So one thing to keep in mind is that a lot of recruiters actually use LinkedIn to find candidates. I have heard from a ton of job seekers over the last year who've gotten cold calls from recruiters that are interested to interview them for jobs. And those interviews actually turn out to be jobs. But the way the recruiters found them very often was by looking at their LinkedIn profile. So what you want to keep in mind is that when a recruiter is looking for someone on LinkedIn, they actually search. They have a special tool where they can sort of search through LinkedIn profiles. So you want to be sure that yours is up to date. You want to have your current job, all of your current skills. There's a headline that you want to be sure to fill out because that actually helps you to go sort of up in the search rankings in LinkedIn. And you want to have a picture because you want to show those recruiters and the employers that you are a real person and that you're really there looking for a job.
So many people will reach out on LinkedIn to try and network with other professionals. Is that a good or bad idea? What are the parameters of networking on LinkedIn?
You know, I love networking on LinkedIn, but you have to do it the right way. You don't want to come across like a spammer. You don't want to be bothering people. But it is a good way to reach out. And very often it can be a good way to research a company and see if you can find who the hiring manager is or who the other people are that work at that company. And, you know, I think that is a really solid way to use LinkedIn. If you want to reach out and mention that you've seen a job posting that you're interested in and you'd love to ask more questions, or that you'd love to sort of share a little bit about your background, I think that's great. Assuming that LinkedIn is sort of like your one-stop shop to getting free meetings all day, every day is kind of a bad tactic to be taking. But I think, you know, LinkedIn can be an excellent source. There are also a lot of groups on LinkedIn that you can join that are specific to sort of industry or job function. And it's a great way to meet other people that are in your industry and to really connect with them. But I think last but not least, there's an entire section of jobs that are posted on LinkedIn. So if you're looking for a job, you can actually go and look up jobs at all different companies, not just LinkedIn, but many different companies, and find a fit for what you're looking for, and then you can actually apply. So it's interesting because you can use it in a lot of different ways, to stay in touch with people you've worked with, to make new connections, and then to apply for things you'd like to do in the future.
Great advice, Angela. What about the do's and don'ts? I get people coming to me saying, I don't know if I'm posting too much on LinkedIn or if I'm not posting enough. You don't want to bother people, but at the same time, you want to get your name and brand out there. Are there some good do's and don'ts that people should be following?
Absolutely. You touched on one, which is really keep it professional. When you have your photo that you're uploading, make sure that it is just you and that it's recent. I've seen pictures in the past of people that are in a wedding dress or that are at a party or have a drink in their hand. That is not a LinkedIn photo. So there are things like that you want to keep in mind. You want to, again, keep your profile up to date. I would say keep in mind, though, that if there are certain things that are confidential about your job or your company, don't post those in your LinkedIn. Have discretion. Again, don't reach out to people too often. If you are posting, you can actually share posts similar to Facebook. You can kind of share updates on LinkedIn. And I would keep those to things that are truly useful information to the folks that you're connected to. You don't want to be posting sort of random things that you might otherwise see on a site like Facebook. And I would also follow sort of social etiquette norms where you're not talking about things like politics, religion, money right on your LinkedIn. Think of it almost like a dinner party where you only know these people so well and you're there to make a good first impression, but it's got to be kind of surfacey to some degree.
LinkedIn has certain levels, premium, the free membership. When should we go for the premium?
It's a good question. The good news is they have a trial, and I always suggest to job seekers sign up for the trial and see what you think about it. You can get away with not having it, but if you are actively looking for a job, sometimes signing up for the paid service can be helpful. The big feature that I think is really useful to job seekers is that it allows you to send what's called an in-mail. And that means that you can send kind of like an email within LinkedIn, but to folks that you don't otherwise know or you're not already connected to. And each month, if you have a paid subscription, you're allocated, I believe it's maybe 5 in-mails that you can send, and that can really help you as you're applying. To me, that's really the biggest difference, although I do think it's possible that LinkedIn tends to prioritize the paid members above the non-paid members when it comes to applications and other, communications within LinkedIn. So I think there's a slight advantage, and it's not too terribly expensive, but I would start out with the free trial because you can certainly get away with using that.
You mentioned earlier about your picture, make sure you have a picture on there. And I'm curious, a lot of times people don't know the kind of picture. Do you want a picture where you're sitting at a cubicle? Do you want a picture where, it's like a glamour shot? Can you give a little clarity on the picture?
It's a great question. When it comes to your picture, it doesn't have to be some professional photo that you hire a photographer to take. You can have a family member or a friend take it, and you could take it with a phone even. But it does need to be, a shirt or a dress that you would wear in a professional environment. And, you want to have good lighting. You want to have the picture be recent, and, be sort of in a space where there are not other people around in that photo with you. And it should primarily be your face. Those would be the guidelines I'd really try to stick to with the photo.
This has been fantastic, Angela. Really appreciate the insight here. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
No, I think, if you're ready to look for a job, start now, because it can take months and you don't want to put it off. And, I would say one of the biggest fears job seekers have is, gosh, what if I get that job offer and it's not for me? But if it's not for you, you can just turn it down and keep going. So start looking.
How long would you say that it takes someone to get a job in this market?
Oh, it's such a good question, because so often as a job seeker, you'll get feedback from your family and friends who just can't believe that you don't have a job yet. It really depends. At an executive level, it could take 3 to 6 months to go through an interview process once you find the right job. But sometimes if you're sort of like in an entry level position, say right out of college, that process could just take a few weeks or maybe 1 to 2 months. But first, you've got to get in front of that hiring manager, and that takes time. It takes persistence. So, get out there and start applying now.
Angela Copeland, thanks so much. We appreciate the insight each and every time we talk. Thanks for taking a few minutes with us today.
Thank you.
Well, Amanda Hanson back here at the Action News 5 digital desk. A lot of parents had that high school senior. They're now headed to college. Our kids going back for, sophomore, senior year to college. And it's difficult. It's hard to say goodbye. You're sending them off into the world to live on campus, maybe distances away from you. And so it's important to make sure you're staying connected with your child. College is such a hard time, and you're growing, you're learning who you are, you're trying to figure out your next steps, and then there's all the challenges that come along the way of a child being out for their first time without their parent kind of monitoring what they're doing their homework, making sure that they're, staying out of the wrong crowds. And so we want to dive into this and talk about how you can really make sure that you're staying connected with your child during this time in their life. And we have David McGee that's joining us here back on the digital desk again. David, I know we just had you back on here not too long ago talking about just the tough conversations that you need to have with your child before you send them off to college. But now once they get there, it's important to make sure that you're still touching base, you're there, you're that person they can lean on. Good morning, and let's go ahead and dive in and talk about it.
Great, thanks for having me.
So how do you start this? You send them off, you want them to have they're ready to have their independence, and I'm going to take on the world, and this is a big transition in their life. How do you go about making sure that you're still letting them know that you're there and you want to make sure that you're keeping them on the right path?
I think it's so important that you don't hover over them. However, you want to maintain a presence of support, of listening. You need to let them know consistently you are there, and there for them without consistently hovering over them, if that makes sense.
Absolutely makes sense, because like you said, they don't want you to hover. They want to adventure out. They want to start taking the world on their own. And so what about making sure they have the tools that they need and sharing those with them in order to make sure that they do thrive?
That's right. So every college and university has counseling centers. And what I tell parents, when you're dropping your child off, you yourself might want to locate that. And you also want to make sure you share that information with them, not in a pushy way. They don't like to be pushed, but you want to give them the tools of there's support available. Also, it's important to know that some 80% of college students will feel very lonely at some point during the career. Not a little bit lonely, and not some of them. Most of them will feel at some point very lonely. It's important that you understand as parents, and also that your child understands and you convey to them that it's normal to have those feelings. I have a niece checking in to the dorm at Ole Miss. I was talking to her yesterday. She's a freshman. I said, look, you're going to feel two very strong feelings. One is such excitement. Two, afraid a little bit, anxious a lot. These go hand in hand. They're natural. Conveying that to your student is so critical.
And I know one of the points that you mentioned as I was reading through just some of these tips is having the joy talk. Explain that.
Yeah, so, we've taught young people, and we ourselves, when we went to college, you're thinking, well, this is the time of your life. And the rite of passage of that seems to mean substances and parties. The truth of the matter is what all young people want is joy. And we know that substances take joy away. So what you want to encourage your child to do and feel the freedom to do is to explore themselves, to have fun with friends, to understand that, a good walk or engaging with friends brings a lot of that joyful stimulation. And it's not necessarily the party. And in fact, the vast majority of students that I know who aren't having joy, they're spending their time in substances, marijuana, alcohol, that steal this joy. So it's very important to convey that message.
For sure. And I know we were talking during our last conversation, it's just how marijuana and some of these substances are so different from when, like, say, you were back at that point in your life. And so it's important that they understand, finding that joy and not leaning into those sorts of things. Sometimes I notice, when teenagers and you're interacting with them, sometimes they're going to be kind of short answer. They're not going to say a lot, you'll ask, so how's it going? It's good. How do you get that conversation going? And what advice do you have as far as like that goes to get them to really have those deeper conversations?
So what parents need to do to maintain contact with their college student is don't call them and message them continually and tell them what they should be doing on campus. It's very important for parents to stay present with your college student, but present in an openness. Bring open-ended questions. How did it feel going to your first day of classes? Pause. How does it feel when your roommate is out on the town and you're at home trying to organize or study? Pause. Listen. These kind of open-ended questions will give you the clues to how they are truly doing. If you give them the loaded question, how are you doing? Fine, as you note, that's what you're going to get back. They want to please you. They want to please us. And so having those open-ended questions is so critical. And one thing I'll add is, not to put the fear in parents, but just this week in Oxford, in tiny Oxford, which people always say is like Mayberry, the police and sheriff's department put out a release 2 days ago that said there's a rise in overdoses directly tied to counterfeit pills, which have fentanyl in them, right here in our community in Oxford. And parents are like, what do I do? That's why my latest book out is called Things Have Changed. It's written for parents. And I share a lot of these tips because parents, we can get gripped by fear. These things are here. They are here. But how you convey to your child, keeping the conversation open with them, letting them know where there's resources so they don't try to tempt and self-medicate themselves into a dangerous spot.
And I love the point you said when you're talking to your kids to just listen. Because sometimes that's just what they need is someone that's going to listen to them. They're going to tell them, validate their feelings. And sometimes that's what they need, right?
Oh, listen, you got it. Validate their feelings. They need to be seen and heard. And I finally learned with my daughter who battled an eating disorder when she was in high school and college, and she's now in her late 20s and a mother of 3, and we have a wonderful relationship. I've learned to, if she's feeling some anxiety about motherhood or something now, to say, hey, how are you doing? And what can I do for you? Validate it. Instead of trying to go, it's okay. Hey, you've got this big event coming up this weekend and it's all going to be fine. Trying to talk her out of it did not work. Validating them, seeing them, and validating their feelings. They're off at college.
Sure, they're excited. They're scared. They're afraid. And they're wondering, how do I fit in? Where is my place? And who am I?
Exactly. And, you know, I like the idea of having those conversations, getting them to talk, and the book, you know, things have changed. And like you said, there is a lot that's changed. And I think a lot of times, kids in college, that age, they're like, Mom, Dad, you don't understand. You don't understand, it's different. And so I think it's great to have this tool that helps to give them some insight into how it's changed.
Because it's changed so much, parents say to me, like, I know what's going on. And I'm like, no, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have a clue, because it has changed so fast and so drastically.
Oh, for sure. And you know, if you are concerned about your child, you know, a lot of times, you know, you have these conversations. You don't want to miss those verbal cues that something's wrong. I mean, how do you go about just looking for, just being mindful of that?
Maya Angelou said it best. We know ourselves better than others. If somebody says they're crazy, meaning she said, look, if your child is expressing anxiety to you or feeling alone, hear them. Believe them. It is real. It is real. It's important to hear what they speak, because they are speaking truth to you. And then you can decide if they speak this truth, anxiety or aloneness or depression, immediately move into counseling. Do not think that you're the counselor and you will talk them out of it. There is help available, and a lot of times it's free within the university as part of their tuition. So I would move in and get that help.
And I know you also mentioned the 5 ways to get to the root of the problem. Can you talk about those?
Yeah, listen, when you start asking open-ended questions, this is a tool that's used in lean manufacturing. It's like in auto manufacturing, they'd say, well, it takes 20 minutes to put the hood on that car. Well, as the team working together, you can find solutions you didn't know existed. And soon it's taken, 8 minutes to put the hood on that car. Young people are the same. They don't know the answer off the tip of their tongue as to what they're facing. If you ask them these open-ended questions, the 5 whys. Why did you miss your class? Well, because I slept late. Why did you sleep late? Well, because I was out last night. Why were you out last night? Because my friend said I had to go with her. What happened there? We drank too much. So it becomes an issue of peer pressure and drinking too much, not sleeping late. Ask open-ended questions.
David, this has been a great conversation. I know it's helpful for parents that are watching right now. Any last anything you want to leave people with before we wrap things up here?
Yeah, it's a scary time. And look, I've lost a son to an accidental overdose from addiction that he got on a college campus. But I have another son who nearly died, who's now 11 years sober, a daughter who battled eating disorder, who's in recovery. Look, it's a scary time, but maintaining that present conversation, not in a pushy manner. Be there, be present, ask and listen, will unlock a relationship with your child that you've never had before. And it can be magical, and that college experience will be a lot of fun.
Well, David McGee, author of Things Have Changed, also the creator of the William McGee Institute for Student Wellbeing over at the University of Mississippi. David, these are always great conversations, and you're always welcome on the Digital Desk anytime. You have a great rest of your day, all right?
Thank you so much. I look forward to being back.
All right, we're ready for high school football, right? We got Friday football fever coming up tomorrow, but here's the thing. Football season, that can be a little bit tricky when it comes to making sure that our athletes that are outside, the boys and girls, high school, that they're safe and safe from injury, not just injury, but also the environment, the temperatures too. Let's bring in Carla Kirkland, nurse practitioner with St. Francis Hospital in Memphis, to talk more about football safety practices and the heat, concussions, and that sort of thing. Carla, good morning to you. I guess the big thing, other than this week, because this week's been amazing in terms of the forecast, but we're going to have heated up temperatures next week and beyond. What's the biggest thing that football players need to do when they're out in the heat? Is it frequent breaks?
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Yes, we've been spoiled the last couple of days, but this is Memphis in the summertime, so we still have a lot of hot weather to go. Yes, during this time of year, they need to have been conditioning. They need to have frequent rest breaks and water breaks. Coaches need to evaluate the heat on the field, and TSSAA has policies regarding the heat and the heat index and how many rest breaks they need to have, if they need to cancel practice or have it indoors. But yes, students do need to hydrate more before practice, during practice, and all during the day after practice also.
Can you go over maybe some signs of when things aren't all that great? Signs of heat-related illness, let's just say.
Right. A lot of times when players start getting overheated, they may develop muscle cramps. If they are starting to slow down and cramping up really bad, they need to get into a shaded area, start hydrating a lot. If they start getting to where they're vomiting or getting confused or dizzy, having headaches, that may be more of a heat exhaustion. So they probably need to come out the rest of the practice, get into an air-conditioned area, really start cooling down, hydrating a lot more. The more dangerous sign is if they start becoming confused, maybe pass out, they stop sweating. That's more of a medical emergency, and the coaching team needs to start cooling them down. But call EMS and have them transported to a hospital for more intensive evaluation.
It's interesting, Carla. It's my son played for 5 years in football, and he was out there and the whole 9 yards with the heat and everything. But the stuff that really bothered him was some of the issues when it comes to concussions, because we all know that is a serious issue, and it looks like no matter what level you're competing with and competing in, concussions are getting more and more attention like they should. Can you go over maybe the issue with concussion safety and ways to make sure that if you do in fact suspect you have a concussion, ways to I guess get through it all and get back to a normal feeling?
Right. I think we're learning more and more about the long-term dangers of concussions. And a concussion can be any forceful bump or blow or jolt to the head or neck or body that causes the brain to kind of rattle around in the skull. A player may have symptoms right off. They may have a headache or be confused or unsteady. And if that's the case, they need to come out of the game and be evaluated by a healthcare professional. For sure, if they have any loss of consciousness, they do not need to go back into the game. But some players don't have any symptoms until maybe a few days later. They may start having trouble concentrating or difficulty reading or studying. They may sleep more than usual or have difficulty sleeping. They may have persistent vomiting or nausea or vomiting. If that is the case, they really do not need to return to play until they are evaluated by their healthcare provider or a provider experienced in evaluating concussions. If they do go back into play before their symptoms have resolved and sustain another concussion on top of the first one, that can be very, very serious. And a player who could potentially just be out for a few days or a week or two at the most, if they get a second concussion on top of the first, may be out for the rest of the season. So they need to not try to be tough. They need to not try to play through it all. They need to really remember that safety is first and their health is first. They need to not be persuaded to go back to play in contact sports until they are evaluated and released, have signed authorization to return to play by their provider.
What are the biggest issues that you see from your vantage point when it comes to high school related football? Do you see a lot of heat related, illnesses? Do you see concussions? What do you see when it comes to football in the fall?
Probably more injuries. Maybe not concussions, but the sprains and strains and broken bones. Concussions every now and then. And just to remind you too, a concussion really doesn't show up on an X-ray. If someone is concerned, if they're really having an altered level of consciousness or persistent vomiting, they do need to be evaluated in an emergency room. But concussions do not show up on an X-ray. We can do a CAT scan to make sure that there is not any bleeding in the brain or skull fracture, but those concussions are more of a set of symptoms that are persistent and need to be watched.
Anything else, Carla, that we can touch on before we let you go with regards to this issue?
Probably with concussions, just the main big issue is to not play until the athlete has been thoroughly evaluated, their symptoms have completely resolved, and they have signed authorization from their healthcare provider that they are safe to return to contact sports.
Okay, Carla Kirkland, nurse practitioner, St. Francis Hospital in Memphis. We appreciate your deep dive into football safety and what parents and athletes can do to just kind of prevent any kind of either heat-related or injuries on the football field. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, before we let you go, we got Action News 5 midday coming up at the top of the hour. I want to show you a couple stories that we'll have the latest on. This one is video from Whitehaven. There was an incident there. A suspect was arrested after nearly driving a Memphis police officer off the road. According to investigators, they say the suspect was driving recklessly here on Elvis Presley Boulevard in Rains around 7:30 this morning. Refused to stop, led to a police pursuit in Whitehaven. The suspect eventually crashed, as you can see here at Graceland Drive and Acadia Street, taken into custody. Also want to show you this. This is on our website right now. Buster's Liquor Store burglarized yet again, a third time. This is surveillance video from about 4 o'clock this morning. The co-owner, Josh Hammond, said more than 4 suspects here pulled into the parking lot, pickup truck, rammed their truck into the building. This is considered a smash and grab, and it's something that happens all the time. It's happened, as I mentioned, 3 times to Buster's. This is on the corner of Poplar and Highland. We're going to have the latest on that. So stay tuned for Action News 5 midday coming up at the top of the hour.